All right. High income copywriters. Hello, hello. I see everybody is rolling in. Great. I'm going to do a quick mic check first, so please type into the Discord chat that you can hear me. Just want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear. Yes, yes. All right. Well, without further ado, let me bring on no one else than the Sarge himself. So, HIC family, let's get up that energy in the chat and let's welcome to the call Sergeant Desmond Soon.
High income copywriters. Wow, is it week 4 already? Time has been flying. Wouldn't you say so? How much have you grown? Are you now starting to look at the world differently? Are you starting to see copy everywhere? Are you now even intrigued when someone tries to sell you something in copy? The books, learning how to write dialogue, all of those. How many of you have actually started reading the books? Type in the chat. What books are giving you the biggest breakaways or mind-blown moments? Made to Stick, yes. Made to Stick is very, very intriguing. In fact, in North America, getting even just the book, the cover, it has the duct tape on it. It looks like real duct tape. I was glued to that book. It really made to stick. Very, very good. One Sentence Persuasion. I don't know how you got One Sentence Persuasion, Cedric, because it's hard to find, but yes, it is definitely made things stick. Yes. The Big Leap. Okay, good. Kindle, good. Yep. I'm just looking at my shelf here because there are a couple that even I haven't started yet. So the one about how to write good advertising, right? Or advertisements by Victor. And Who's Got Scientific Advertising? That's a really small, simple book to read. If you haven't started, that's a great one to start, right? Good, good. Okay. And what about Copywriting Handbook? Sugarman by, yep. Okay. Good. Okay. Without further ado, this evening is not for the lighthearted. If you are easily offended, you may choose to catch up on the recording. But if you've got what it takes, a writer of grit, a writer who knows how to bring humor, shift beliefs, and you're not easily offended, then let's open the door and welcome to the stage our mentor, your mentor, Sifu Dan Locke.
High income copywriter. Now, there are two things that is going to happen tonight. One, this will be a longer class than usual. We have a lot to cover. So who is ready for that? Put in the chat. Steve is here to over deliver. I want to make sure that you get a lot of lessons, right? A lot of the strategies. The second thing is, Steve will promise you will be overwhelmed. This is probably one of the more overwhelming classes. Well, let's put it this way. How many of you find every class overwhelming? But this is one of those big ones that you will be overwhelmed because a lot of concepts, they will seem counterintuitive. Last couple of weeks, we've talked about pricing. We've talked about how to deal with clients. We've done some role play with Desmond, right? We have gone out there, set up the account on the freelancing sites, approaching people, getting a gig, getting the first boom. So now we are going more and more tactical. Now we go into what are some of the things you got to do. So you understand how to get clients, you understand how to charge clients. And now we're going to more the mechanics of copywriting, high income copywriting. But more specifically, we are going to cover a lot of things that you need to understand, you need to do before you even write a single word. This is probably, I believe, the part that most beginner copywriters, they have the most challenges with. This is the more the difficult part, but I'm going to make it easy for you, okay? And I'm going to break it down and step by step. This is why I don't mind spending a little bit more time to explain certain things, to go a little bit more in depth, right? And also to kind of coach you through a few things. Sound good? Put in the chat. Wonderful. Okay, so a couple quick things first, because I noticed from last module that I have given you some of the assignments, right? So question, have you updated your social media profiles? Yes or no? Good. Now, how does that feel? Put in the chat. Professional, amazing, a little scary. That's normal. Pretty good. Refreshing. Okay. Better. Evolving. Good. Committed. Interesting. When you update your profile, what are some of did you get any comments from people that you know, that sort of thing? I got likes, got leads. I like that. Do you see the power of just declaring to the world that, hey, you know what? I'm a copywriter. I do this for a living. This is my skill set. How powerful that is. So you see, the traditional way of learning, it's, oh, you learn something when you're good enough, then I'll declare to the world that, yeah, I'm this. No, that's not the way I teach. The way that Siva teaches you, you always declare to the world, you are this. This is you. This is the new you. This is who I am. First. Then you go ahead and you do everything else, which is the same in marketing, in copy. Write this down. When you're writing copy, you always want to kind of go over the top first. You always want to almost overpromise first, because you need drama, you need excitement, you need passion, right? So scale 1 to 10, you go to a 10. Then when you're editing, when you're cutting out, that's when you do the editing. But if you write your copy in terms of 3 or 4, the thing is going to be at a 1. Then there's no transfer of emotion. If you cannot move your prospects emotionally, guess what? They won't buy. It's very normal, right? And that's the way that I've always thought of it that way when it comes to copywriting and marketing. You declare to the world, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? This is awesome. It's going to transform your business. It's going to transform your life. It's going to help you in all these areas, right? No different than you personally, how you do anything is how you do everything. You declare to the world, I am a copywriter. I can help you with A, B, C, and D. Then in your sales message, guess what you do? You make that gigantic promise. Then you back it up with your copy, your product, your service. You say so good, back it up with proof. It's the same in your life. You say you're a copywriter, now you back it up with your skill. So I'm pushing you to be that person first, to be that high-income copywriter first. Then you back it up with your effort, with your skill, with your practice, with your experience, not the other way around. The other way around doesn't work. Because you'll never be fucking ready. How many of you understand that? You'll never be ready. If you wait till you're ready, nothing gets done. Guess what? When you get that first gig, you get that first boom, you have to deliver. Now you're ready. If you're not ready, you have to be ready. And that's good. That's how you grow. How many of you have been waiting for too long in the past? Waiting for the perfect moment to take any kind of action. Waiting for everything to line up, the star to align, then you will do it, right? No, that's not how you grow. So I push you kind of like, okay, now I push into the pool, now swim. Swim. And you'll be shocked how resourceful you will be. And you'll also be shocked how much faster you will grow when you kind of have a little bit of that pressure. Because otherwise, for most people, human beings are lazy. Human beings like to procrastinate, like to delay things, right? And then the lower self kicks in, especially with low self-esteem, that it becomes an issue. Have you set up accounts on freelancing sites? Good. Have you started any conversations with business owners? And it doesn't matter if you're getting reply, not getting reply. You're learning from it. You're testing your approach. You're practicing your copywriting, your closing skill. And I notice how many of you have updated your banners, maybe on LinkedIn, maybe on Facebook, on your social media account, maybe on Twitter, put in the chat. So what I did is I want to give you, would it be helpful if Sifu kind of give you maybe a couple tips when it comes to your branding, your personal brand, right? What to do, what not to do, right? Because I noticed that, so I took a few screenshots and actually posted so for tonight, before I go into the actual class, because I want to give you just a little bit of coaching on that first, because chances are, if you have a question, your brothers and sisters have the same question, right? So here's the first one. Okay. Now, when it comes to your banner, ideally, you want it to be very, very clean. You don't want to have too much stuff going on. Okay. Too much stuff going on. And I like now, I'll tell you what I like, and then I'll tell you what to improve. So first of all, I like the call to action, right? That's good. Message me, book a 15-minute consultation. All that is good. Now, here's a first question, and I get from my mentees, my students a lot. So I'm going to answer it right now. Okay. Sifu, I'm in both high-income copywriter. I'm also learning closing, in high-tech closing. Which brand should I have on my social media? How many have that questions? Right? So it's like, which one? Do I put both? In this case, put both. Now, what's the problem with putting both on there? It confuses the prospect. That's correct. They're two very, very different things, right? Which one are you? So right there, it's not a good thing, because a confused mind never buys. A confused mind always says no, right? I see a question here. Sifu, should I change my name on passport too as a brand name or only on social media? I would say only on social media. My legal name is not Dan Locke, right? My legal name is my Chinese name. But what's out there on social media, what people remember you by, that needs to be very simple, very memorable. That's the key, right? So should I use closer or should I use copywriter? I'm going to answer that in two layers, okay? Pay attention. You paying attention? Okay, here we go. First, you lead with your strongest skill. I'll say that one more time. You lead with your strongest skill. If you are a better copywriter, lead with copywriter. If you are a better closer, you know that, then you lead with closer. You lead with your strongest, right? Strongest skill. Strong foot forward. Say it with me, strong foot forward, right? Strong foot forward. Lead with your strongest skill, even though you could do other things. Now, the second question, but Sifu, what if I'm both like just okay? Like I'm not great in either one. I'm learning and they're kind of the same. Like I don't really know which one is better, right? Which one's better? Then what should I do, right? I'm still building a little bit of that confidence, right? A little bit of confidence. If that's the case, Sifu's recommendation is you lead with copywriter. You lead with copywriter. If both are, you're just getting started, both you're learning, both are not super good yet, I will lead with copywriter. And here's why. Because closer, you need to explain. It's an educated sell. Write this down. I'm giving you something profound here. copywriter it's an existing demand. One is a created, educated demand. One is an existing demand. You don't need to explain what it is. You write email, you write Facebook ad. They get it. If they're looking for one, they book a call with you. Does that make sense? Then once you're a copywriter, let's say they hire you to write email. Now you are looking at their offers. You're looking at their funnels. You're looking at the audience. You're writing email. And if they have high ticket, could you see it's very easy to transition into a closing question if that's what you want to do. Like, if you're already doing the marketing, you're looking at the marketing, you're helping them with the marketing, you're writing the email, right? It's very easy to bring up, hey, I wonder what happens to these leads? What happens to their webinar funnel? Do you follow up with them? Oh, I don't. Well, here's something that I could actually do. Not only I can write an email for you, but I could actually help you close some of these deals. Oh, okay, sure. Like, see how easy that is? Now, versus, let's do it the other way around. Okay. When you're closing, right? You're closing and you're closing, you're closing. If you actually have the copywriting skill, now, let's say you lead with, you're a stronger closer on the phone. Now you bring it to your business account, your influencer. You say, hey, I notice we have a lot of no-show. What are we doing with those no-show? Oh, well, nothing. Usually it's nothing. Well, have you ever thought of creating an email sequence to follow up, to maybe downsell them, to offer them something else? No, I don't ever thought about that. Well, as a closer, I've actually created this sequence that I've created. We could use it. Now, there are two ways we can do this. I'm giving you a pitch. I'm writing this down. I'm giving you a lot the first 10 minutes, okay? We don't fuck around here in HIC, okay? You could say, now, this sequence I've already written, right? And you would hire professional copywriters. It would have cost you $2,000. Now, you could pay me $2,000, and that's good, okay? Or I could use it. I could let some of your other closers use it. All I'm asking is an extra X percentage. So there you go. So you're using your copy to get higher commission. So both ways work. But if both skills are equal, you go with copy because it's something that you don't need to explain. You follow? Good. So in this case, pick one. Pick a simple one. All right. Now here's another one, which it's just a different version of it. I picked both. Now in this case, this is a very, very, very good lesson here. Who are we? Put in the chat. Who are we? We're HIC. We're high income copywriters. We know who we are. It's our family, high income copywriter. But you got to understand, the first thing you got to understand as a copywriter, in the outside world, people don't know what high income copywriter is. There's no context. So does that mean you're expensive? Does that mean you're overpriced? What does that mean? Right? Email copywriter, got it. Facebook copywriter, got it. Chatbot, got it. Right? You don't need to explain. So high income copywriter, same thing with high tech closer. It's our identity within our family. We know who we are. Like, I don't need to go out there and say I'm this, and no, I'm just. In fact, my brand I'm just me, right? I'm just Dan Locke. Although I have many skills and have many things and many companies, right? That's a different level of personal brand. But when you're just getting started, you with me? That is confusing to people. Write this down. As a good copywriter, you always speak to the marketplace in a way that they will understand. You do not speak in a way that only we understand. If I speak in a way only I understand, I would have no students. I would have no followers. Do you understand? Very often on social media, I need to simplify. In fact, in most cases, I need to dumb down my content to have a wider appeal. I need to speak in a way that they will understand, right? You gotta speak in a way that it's more appealing to the masses for social media. Like, you notice how many of you now, you've been with Sifu for a few weeks, maybe a few months, like in this class now. You understand what I teach in HIC is very different from what I teach on social media. What's the difference? Tell me. I want to see if you're paying attention. More in depth, much deeper, yes. Way more in depth, different voice, more details, more concepts, right? More advanced. More advanced. For sure. And in HIC, compared to what I teach in Dragon, it's like if you think of in Dragon 100, it's then this is kindergarten for me, right? Because it's a different level of knowledge, right? It's a very different level of knowledge. And Desmond is my advisor. Desmond helps me to filter and qualify any Dragon applications, and he's been through a few Dragon 100 classes. Actually, Desmond, can you comment a bit about the, let's say, HIC, for those been with me for a few weeks, right?
Yes.
In Dragon 100, we only advise like 6, 7, minimum 6, but more 7, 8-figure business owners. Now, maybe just give our students a perspective, the conversations there, the teaching there versus HIC.
Wow. Okay. So in Dragon 100, you're definitely speaking with a crowd of visionaries. They are very strategic. The very, very straightforward. So the questions they're asking to Sifu Dan are big decisions, but they are the small hinge that swings the big door. Meaning, for example, they want to know whether or not they're in the right industry, or even they should continue with the industry they're in and start to diversify. What systems, what processes to put in place. And then many times Sifu will come back, not just answer the question, but he will give them an aha where they start to realize, okay, maybe I'm on a ship that is not, it's okay, it's producing cash flow, but I need to start thinking bigger, something I never even thought about, whether it's my finances, my systems, my operations, my leadership, how do I track, how do I delegate, how do I work on the business, not in the business. It's a different conversation. It's, many of them are pretty smart already with marketing. They've already have sometimes 5, 10, maybe more employees, but there are also 8-figure, dragons in there, 9-figure dragons, 10-figure dragons. Even one in particular has scaled a company from 300 million to 3 billion. The level of conversation is very different. So, Sifu always adjusts. There's so much more that he can give you at every stage that you are at.
So you understand, I speak in a way that is, I believe, that you would understand and you would absorb the most. That's why I hate back in school when I was sitting through a class from a professor that, like, the guy is just talking, and he doesn't cater to the needs of the students. Like, how many of you had that kind of professors before, right? Even you don't understand something, you're afraid to put up your hand, and they just keep on going, and now you get more confused, and you're now tune out, and you're completely lost, and now you don't know what to do, and afterwards, and then you lose interest in terms of learning, right? And they're just like not paying attention to the students' needs. More importantly, it's like to show off like how smart they are, right? Look at how much I know about, algebra or chemistry, right? Or all these things. And you're like, but the student's not getting it. So you know all this stuff. So what? You're a professor, of course you know. But how does it help the students? So the way that Sifu teaches is always, I want to give you a little bit more, kind of stretch you a little bit more than you could handle, but not so much that you tune out, and not so much that it's too overwhelming. right? I want to give you what you could receive. Does that make sense, right? I want to give you what you could receive. That's the most important thing. So I simplified very, very much so, right? Very, very much so. So looking at this banner, if it's your banner, what could you do differently? What would you change? You remove high income copywriter, yes. You just put whatever copywriter, right? You have a little call to action. Yeah. And I always, from my perspective, I like simple fonts. I'm never a fan of like too fancy of a font. That is because readership is very critical. When it's difficult to read and people, like you could read it, it's like you see capturing your voice, you could know, but you see how it takes more effort to read what that word is. And people don't, why are we making it so difficult? If we do this much to capture people's attention, why we make it so difficult to read our text, right? And then also the background now for Seafood's Facebook or Facebook group, we have a certain design. That's okay because you're already my student. I don't need a banner. I'm not talking to cold audience. You look at the marketing, the image, the things that we do to a cold audience is different from when you already know me, you're my student. I don't need to do all that stuff. You know what I mean? Right? Because we already have a relationship and that's okay. But when you're marketing cold, that's a different thing. I like having your name. Yeah, I don't mind having your name. I prefer actually a photo. I'll show you some examples as well. So let me show one couple more. Now this one from Aaron. This I don't mind. I like this one. It's the simple, generate leads and sales for businesses. So if you are a business owner looking at this very quickly, do you very quickly know what Aaron does? Right? Kind of what he specializes in. It's very simple. It's very clean, right? It's a white background, right? A kind of light background. See, the text is very simple to read. You got 3 pen there, and you've got some, contact information and now what I don't like, however, is the contact information. No one would type that in. Like bit.ly as an email to click, it's okay. For that, it's not okay. No one would type that in. It's got the capital, it's got all of that stuff. That wouldn't work. No one types that shit in. In fact, close your eyes quickly. Close your eyes right now. Close your eyes. Right now, close your eyes, okay? Spell Aaron's LinkedIn and Facebook for me. Tell me, what are they?
Oh, everyone's going, they're laughing, Seafood.
Yeah, there you go. Rest my case. Can't remember it, right? So as a tracking purposes is okay. But as for brand, like no, absolutely not, right? You don't use bit.ly. You're better off like see LinkedIn/Danlog. Like you want to have something that's easy to remember. Okay, so don't put that in there. Does that make sense? Little things like this. I'm giving you kind of a little bit of design and copywriting tip, but actually they go hand in hand.
Seafood,
Right.
can I ask also about his email? Because he's just using a regular Gmail.
Yeah.
Is it worth the investment? I know, many entrepreneurs, they waste time trying to build websites and things, but even just a simple like securing a domain name and then just using like a G Suite or something to create a...
Yeah, you could. I mean, to me, if you want to get a personal website, a WordPress, and do all that, which is fine, right? But it doesn't look so good when you have a force, like say .com, but you don't actually have much on it, right? Unless you're planning to build a website. So what I'm saying is you don't need it to get started. Once you get started, if you want to have your own name, right, in your domain name, you want to have a little simple page, kind of listing your services, your portfolio, you could. But I don't want to have, like, I could tell you my copy chief, he doesn't have a website, who I'm paying 6-figure. He doesn't have a website. He just uses Gmail. Right. So I don't want to let that hold you back. In fact, quite a few 6-figure copywriters that I know of, they don't have a website. In fact, they get most of the clients referrals at this point. Almost all of them have Gmail though. Almost all of them have Gmail. Okay, so LinkedIn is fine, right? You want to do one, it's nice to have, but don't let that stop you. Okay. Here's another one. Now, this one's not bad either. Copywriter. Now, this case, copywriter and content writer, I'm okay with this. This is from Daniel. I'm okay with this. Okay. Because it's like you do two things, but really kind of similar. And the business owner would be, oh, you can help me with both. I like the little tagline, scalable copy that generates sales. I would probably, if giving you design tips, Daniel, I would make the copywriter and content writer smaller, and the benefit scalable copy that generates sales like that, I would make that bigger, right? That's more on the front facing at the top. I would take up a little bit more space. And then bottom of that, then you have emails, landing pages. That's fine. And from a design perspective, you see how you've got the tip of the pen, Facebook ads, emails, landing pages. I wouldn't have the pen and at the fourth column because there are 3 bullets. Now it feels like the fourth is missing something. You got it? Right? So I would use 3, not 4, because it feels like you're missing something. I know they're trying to do a kind of a bracket thing, but it's not a good, because it's go back to the Aaron's one. 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the last bullet? You see how this works? So I would make it, I would modify slightly. Now, see, when I'm never taking any design training, you can talk to my design team. Everything is, I learned is self-taught. I would always talk with the design team, right? And Gabe is in charge of design, my chief revenue officer, and we talk about design. I talk with them, except the lingos. I don't understand the designer lingos, but my eyes, my judgment is as if I had years of design training. Right?
Can I chime in on this one, Sifu? Because I've been with you for so long. I can tell you, anyone who does not believe that, Sifu and also Jenny especially, they definitely have an eye. I've never seen anyone who's so particular and very, very, I mean, from the years, even many years ago, Sifu, you knew exactly, like sometimes we even had like 10 revisions just on a certain gold you wanted, or certain, you're like, nope, doesn't look right. Nope, too big, too small, and you have a certain feel. But it's very, very important. I think you get it from the copywriting background, and you know what clicks, what people convert on.
Mm-hmm. And this is just from experience. They're just from experience. Now, here's one more that I think I like a lot. So what a good banner I think should look like. So here we go. Right? I like that. It's a simple. It's a photo. It's very clear. Freelance copywriter. It's professional. I help businesses generate more revenue with compelling words. It's a benefit-driven statement. Who likes this one? Right? So compare some of the other ones I've shown versus this one. See, when you show your face, you see how that builds trust instantly. Like, that could be good. Daniel could be good, right? Aaron could be good too, but it's like, right? Okay. You see that? So that's why a professional photo makes a difference. It makes a difference. Right? The only feedback that I have, now in this case, you see the MBA, you see the bachelor's of, I wouldn't put the BBS, the Bachelor's of Biological Sciences, because it is a title, but it doesn't really, how does that make you a better copywriter, right? Now the MBA is good. I like that. I like the MBA because that means that, oh, you have some business sense. You understand business, right? I would actually use a different photo in the profile versus the header. So I like the header photo, but I would use a slightly different photo just to kind of communicate, because that to me is a virtual real estate, right? That is a spot that I could be a little bit more personal if I want to communicate something a little bit different that hey, I'm a copywriter, but he's a different side of me, right? I can use that to kind of kill, two birds with one stone. That's what I would do a little bit differently. Does that make sense? Right? So little things like that. Was that helpful? So now when you go to get your banners done on Fiverr, on one of these sites, right? Now you know what to do, what not to do, right? And the design is only as good as your direction. So it's no good when you tell the designer, hey, I need a banner, make it look good. That doesn't help nobody. Okay, it doesn't help nobody. You need to communicate. Hey, I like I am not. I'm a visionary. I'm a concept person, right? I'm not a detail person. But when it comes to certain things like design, I'm extremely, maybe a bit too much for my team, but I'm very particular, right? They'll go back and forth. I said, no, this font, this, and move that by like 1 centimeters, like 1 millimeters, like that kind of thing. Because design is part of a brand, especially when it comes to brand is very valuable done properly, right? So especially if my personal brand is worth how much money, or my different brands that I have is worth how much money, it's worth a lot. So a good design, it just feels right. You can't explain what it is. You look at Apple, you look at some of the greatest brands in the world, look at Nike, just a swoosh, but it just feels right. That's when you know. It's totally subconscious. Totally subconscious. Which I won't go into branding, and because that's a whole different conversation beyond copy. But for now, just to understand, it matters. Okay, it matters. And there's also one announcement I want to make before I jump into tonight's class, and that is Sifu is doing a special one-time only 2-day virtual workshop actually happening this week. Okay, if you're my student, maybe you're aware of it, maybe you're not. We already have about, I think, 300 students registered, 340, something like that. Okay, so if you have not registered, I highly, highly recommend. First of all, this is the only time that Sifu is doing it. I'm not doing this again. Number two, what you're learning in high income copywriter, what I would be teaching in art of copy, it would fit perfectly. There are different things that I just simply couldn't fit in HIC. Some of those strategies, I put it in art of copy. You get 2 days with me live, probably five. Well, let me see, for a 6-hour class, right? 6-hour class. And it's July 3rd and 4th. And it's done through, and it's a little different because I would have also the camera turn on. I'll probably use a whiteboard to teach that as well. So, and it's going to be, we start at, I believe it's 6 or 7 p.m. You got to check on the website. I forgot, and it's Friday, Saturday, Pacific time. Yes, thank you. It's 6 p.m. Pacific time. Okay. Now, because you're already HIC, the tuition is for the 2 days is $997, but if HIC, we had an early bird special, but that's already over. But if you still want to register like last minute, here's the link. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Do not use artofcopyworkshop.com. Do not use that one. You go to that link. It's going to, like, you go to homepage. That's going to be $997. So don't use that link. Use the /HIC. That's how you save the $500. Now, if you cannot make it, since it's done live, you'll see that I'll also give you the recording of it. So if you cannot make it, you absolutely cannot make it, I say you go make it even one day, but the rest of 2 days you can get a recording. This is the only time I'm doing it. And now this is the only time I'm teaching very specific strategies for this particular workshop that you don't see it in other courses. Okay. What is the class going to be about specifically? It's going to be about 5 things. It's going to be about what I call the art of motivation, what motivates people to buy, which I'll cover somewhat in today's class, but it's also different. I'm also going to cover editing and a lot of shortcuts when it comes to writing. So almost think about the art of copy is a more fundamental version compared to HIC. HIC is a little bit more advanced. It's a little bit more advanced. But it's a good thing because remember what I said, HIC 2.0, what Sifu is doing is I'm reversing it. I'm teaching you how to get clients, the more advanced techniques and strategies first. Then I go back and teach you the mechanics of how to write copy. Remember that, right? But this whole layer of foundation, a lot of those questions you have, especially as we go on, those will be answered in art of copy. So editing, art of motivation, how to create offers, how to create irresistible offers. And I'm going to cover some pretty interesting persuasion techniques. So I highly recommend it. So if this is something you want to do, if you've learned something from Sifu in the last few weeks and you enjoy HIC, trust me, this is powerful. And it's the only time I'm doing it, right? I have no plan of doing another virtual workshop like this. So you want to do it? Go ahead. If not, that's okay. We stay in class. So module 4, the science of persuasion. The science of persuasion. How to persuade and influence people to buy what you are selling. So now we're going into the kind of go deep into human psychology. Okay, how do we use words to persuade? But before we could do it, we need to understand what makes people buy. What makes people buy? So, in this moment, I want you to pay very, very close attention. Very close attention. I'll say that one more time. Starting this moment, pay very, very, very close attention. You're paying attention? Starting right now, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. You'll see why in about half an hour. Okay? Very close. Listen to every word that I'm saying. No distraction. Very focused. Very focused. You got it? Here we go. Without absolutely knock them dead copy, it won't matter how much traffic you get, how good your product or service is, how pretty your funnel or how great your website is, or any of the other stuff. Because if you don't have copy that sells, you're just flat out dead in the water, because all those eyeballs, all those visitors, all that attention, if we cannot convert them into an actual purchase, guess what? How much money we made? How much money we made for the clients? $0. So copywriting, or the art of closing in print, it is the most critical skill that any business owner must have to succeed. One of the most powerful things that I've learned, so thankful to Alan, not just giving me the ability to write copy, but through copywriting, he taught me the most important skill in business, and that's the ability to think. Because, write this down, clear thinking leads to clear writing. If your thinking is not clear, your writing will be a mess. And it's very easy. When I look at your copy and I look at, that doesn't make sense, or how come this part is confusing? My bet is when you're writing it, when you're thinking it, you lack clarity, and it shows. So your offer is confusing and people don't get it. And the call to action is confusing, right? The transition is confusing because the thinking is not clear. So then it forces anyone, a copywriter or a business owner, to think things through. Not just, I'm going to put together this promotion. I'm going to send it out. Okay, so what is the hook, right? What's the story? How do you prove your case? I don't know. I'm just want to make a sale. I want to do a promotion. Well, that doesn't help anybody. And what if Sifu told you there's a way to become a high-income copywriter faster and easier? There's one particular technique, one secret that I want to give you. Would you want to know what that is? Put in the chat. Give me a big yes, right? And here's the secret, and that's persuasion secret number 1. You tap into the thinking process of a master copywriter. How do you tap into the psychology, the thinking process of a master copywriter? I believe the fastest and easiest way to become a good writer, guess what? Is by writing good writing, which you've been doing the last few weeks. If you've been doing assignments, yes? So the best way to become a good writer is by writing good writing. Very similar to martial art, right? You have your sifu, your instructor, teaching your mentor, showing you a move, and then you try to mimic in the beginning, try to imitate, right? Here's how you move your arm. Here's how you move your leg. Here's how you move your body. No. Twist this way, right? Twist your hip this way, a little bit more, right? No, your fist. No. Lower the shoulders a bit. Yes, relax, right? It's teaching you. You follow. You mimic. So when you in martial art, in a physical exercise, is the same. In writing, is the same, right? So copying sales letters by hand. And this is why you cannot do it through a keyboard. By hand, in prints, write it down, in prints, brilliant and profitable sales copy, profit in your mind. And yes, James, it doesn't matter if your mind is blank, because that is your conscious mind is blank. Your subconscious mind is always working. In fact, your subconscious mind is working even when you sleep. So it doesn't matter. You focus on it. You're thinking about something else. Your mind is blank. It doesn't matter. In prints, brilliant and profitable sales copy in your mind. So in closing, how do we get good? We role play, right? In high ticket closer, we role play. Just like how many of you remember, right? Witness, the role play I did with Desmond. That's how we train when we're closing on the phone. In copywriting, what do we do? What do we do? Tell me. We hand copy great sales letters. That's what we do. That's the equivalent of role playing in closing over the phone. So both have a very, very powerful exercise, a way to get good, which is completely different. So why do we want to write like hand copy by hand? Stephen, why can't we just type the word? No, because writing by hand activates more areas of your brain than reading, typing, or just saying it out loud. Copying ads by hand helps you learn copywriting on a subconscious level. What kind of level? Subconscious. You internalize the ads better. You'll digest every word, and you'll pay close attention to the different elements that make the ad great, even though you don't even feel like you're getting good, but it's imprinting patterns. It's imprinting words in your mind. How many of you, the first time you hand copy something, remember the first time, maybe the first week, when you hand copy the ad, you didn't quite get it. You're just kind of going through the motion, right? But later on, after a few times, you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting, right? You're picking things up that you didn't pick up in the beginning. How many of you start to kind of almost understand a little bit of what the copywriter is going through, what he's thinking, right? What's the angle here? Right? What's the psychology here? It's like you don't have to even understand it to get better. Like you don't even have to, you just pick it up. It's like you're throwing a punch, right? Jack it on, jack it off. You don't have to understand it. You put a dummy, you take it down, you put it on jacket, you take it off, you put it down. What the fuck? That's how hand copying ad is exactly the same thing. That's why Siva asked you to watch that video. You don't need to understand it. You just need to do it. You do enough, suddenly, oh, it becomes what? Unconscious competence. Unconscious competence. So benefit number one, why you want to do this. You learn how to construct, what's the word? Construct winning sales messages. Winning sales messages. Pay close attention. Hand copying allows you to pay close attention to each word. When you type, you're not paying close attention. When you write, it takes time. Each phrase, each sentence, right? The paragraph, you'll better understand and add strength, right? You see, oh, how this flows, the subheadline, right? The bullets. You also see more carefully which parts moved you emotionally or compel you to act. How many of you notice? There's certain parts of the copy that just you resonate with a little bit more. You're like, wow, I love this storytelling part, or I love this particular guarantee, or I love the headline, right? It just like, woo, this is nice, right? You're taking your time. You can actually break down the ad, analyze it while you are copying. So in essence, you're not just hand copying or rewriting. It feels like I'm just rewriting this. No. You are actually studying it more intently, subconsciously. What it's designed to do is to help you to develop that unconscious competence. That's the beauty of HIC. That's the beauty of this system of how we teach it. Do you understand? Do you see the importance of doing this? Benefit number two, you learn how to flow like water. You learn how to flow like water. Now, as you know, Steve is a Bruce Lee fan, a huge Bruce Lee fan. And Bruce Lee has one of the quotes that he has. I'm going to imitate. I'm going to do the Bruce Lee imitation here. Who wants to hear that? Here you go. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. You put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. And that's the same as you are writing copy. Your copy should flow like water. Every sentence job is to make sure you read the next. What's the purpose of a headline? The purpose of the headline is not to make the sell. The purpose of the headline is to get you to read the first sentence, the first paragraph. What's the purpose of this first paragraph? To get you to read the second paragraph. Right? What's the purpose of the second paragraph? To read the next one. So when you handwrite classic space ads, right? Sales letters, pages, funnels. And I like, do you know why Sifu gives you classic, like old school stuff? I like to give you old ads. Let's see if you know the reason. Written by masters, yes. The evergreen, always go, but why old? Their work is proven. Write this down, because in the old days, the marketing environment, write this down, is much more unforgiving. Marketers, copywriters cannot be lazy. Back then, when you run a full page ad in a magazine, in a newspaper, you send out direct mail, it costs us a fucking lots of money. Now, Social media, you post something, you send email, it doesn't work. What's the big fucking deal? Well, back then, you send out 10,000 pieces, it doesn't work. It's a big fucking deal. So you cannot be lazy with words. Nowadays, you fail, what's the big deal? You get no reply. That didn't cost you anything. So copywriters had to spend so much more time thinking it through, and their stuff has to be that much better in order to work. They cannot be complacent. They cannot be lazy about it. That's why their work is so much better. This is also why this is a dying art. It's a lost art. It really is. Look at the kids nowadays. 12, 13 years old. They have no attention span. They don't read fucking books, right? They cannot focus. They definitely cannot hand copy something. They text. What's a pen? They don't even have a pen. What's paper? Yes. So what do you do? So they're losing the ability to communicate, right? They're losing the ability to persuade, which is good for us, for those who are in this business, for those who have kids. It is your duty, it is your responsibility to teach and give them those skills, right? To give them an edge in life, to be able to communicate. So that's why. So the environment is way more forgiving nowadays. Imagine this. You know how you post your Facebook banner, like your header, right? Your LinkedIn, right? Now imagine every single time you update it, it costs you $200. Just imagine that. Every single time you update your banner, it's going to cost you $200. How many of you will be a lot more careful? You will make sure the banner is fucking good before you upload it in the first place. That's the difference. Social media, instant gratification makes people sloppy. It makes marketers sloppy. That's why. Oh, make a mistake, I just change it. Big deal. Back then, the banner today, the Facebook banner, no different than what Alan used to do, send out the envelope with the teaser copy with the white envelope. Isn't it the same idea? To get people seeing the message, opening the envelope, looking at the message and clicking through, right? You will not dare to have anything that's confusing, right? You will not dare to have anything that you feel like it's not 100%. You just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. Alex is asking, can I say turn words into cash? You could, depends on who you want to attract. Because business owners, if you want to attract business owners, chances are they don't use the word cash. They use revenue and sales. Brian is asking, Stephen, how many times should I hand copy one ad before moving to the next? Now, you can do it multiple ways. You can hand copy the same ad multiple times, many, many times, or you could hand copy different ads and come back and forth, kind of like reading a book, right? You can read one book 10 times. You can read half a book, you can read one book and then jump to the next book. That's okay. And I think you can have fun with this. What Stephen liked to do before back then, I like to hand copy the same one a couple times. Then I go hand copy other things. Then I come back to it. I like to revisit things. That's why I like to revisit book, right? Does that make sense? Good. And that's why the transitions from lead to sales, right? From the hook, from the headline, right? It needs to be smooth. It needs to be smooth. So say it with me, smooth as butter, right? You got to be smooth. Right? Benefit number 3, you learn proven writing frameworks. So the more you hand copy ads and sales letters, the more you see the same sequences and phrases and frameworks popping up. Now, how many of you done a few different sales letters and ads already? Right? You've hand copied some already, okay? Do you start to recognize patterns, framework, similarities? Yes or no? Good. So you see what words they used and how they started the copy, how they presented their offer, and how they close and call to action and guarantee, right? Example, a very traditional formula, AIDA, which is awareness, interest, desire, and action. Awareness, interest, desire, and action. A very typical advertising AIDA, right? Formula. Benefit number 4, and here's a big one. You learn how great copywriters think. This is the most important one out of all of them, I believe. Okay? You learn how great copywriters think. And that's usually the missing key. What separates beginner copywriters to good or great copywriters, low income versus high income copywriters? Low income copywriters, they're fixated on the words. Just like in closing, the amateur closers, they focus on the scripts, the words. The experienced closers, they know it's not about the script and the words. It's about your tonality, it's about your rhythm, it's about your empathy, it's about your feeling, it's about emotion, it's about being in tune with what the prospect is experiencing. And the same thing here. So copywriting is way more than just writing ads, emails, and scripts and sales letters. That's fine. It's a mean to an end. We always need to develop what I call the big idea. Write this down, the big idea. Okay, determine just what is the marketplace? What are they experiencing, right? What is the sophistication level? I won't go into this, but just knowing there's different sophistication level, awareness level, and so much more, right? That is the strategy. So if you hand copy old ads, right, and sometimes modern ads, you see how great copywriters tie it all together. You'll see, oh, that's the big idea, right? By the way, high-income copywriter, that's a big idea, isn't it? There are many copywriting things out there and books out there, right? Same thing with sales. How many sales books, damn fucking sales books and sales courses are out there? Why are we so successful with HTC? Because HTC is a big idea. It's a very, very particular promise. And you start noticing their sales hooks and big ideas, irresistible offers. It's very powerful. And it's the most difficult thing for copywriters to do. And what happens when you see enough of it, right? And you see, oh, okay, I see it now, right? And then suddenly you have that one big idea. That's game changing. The most valuable possession you will have as a copywriter is your swipe file, or I like to call that your copy vault. Who would love to have a vault at your home that belongs only to you, and when you open it, you see nothing but gold, cash, right? That's a copy vault. You ask Sifu, cash versus my collection, I can tell you, no hesitation, my collection, not cash. I can always generate cash. Don't be fucking touching my copy vault. I'll be killing somebody, right? So as you write these letters, you like them, you study them, you put them into your copy vault. Now, in the beginning, right, you're new to this, that maybe you don't have a lot of copy. You're just building your library, right? Yes, your library. But later on, it'll get a little bit more, and before you know it, you have what Sifu has after so many years, right? With so many binders and bookshelves after bookshelves of how many of these, right? I love this quote. Any fool can make soap. It takes a clever man to sell it. What does that mean? It means this. It's not the thing. It's the thing that sells the thing. It's not the thing. It's the thing that sells the thing. Are you writing this down? It's not the thing. It's always the thing that sells the thing. So what you want to pay attention to as a high income copywriter is not the thing. You want to pay attention to the thing that sells the thing. How is this person selling this? How are they marketing it? What's the big idea, right? What is the offer? That's what you want to see. You want to pay attention to those things. Let's see. Good question. How do you know what copy is good and worth putting in the copy vault? I say in the beginning, you put in the classic stuff that you already know works. You won't go wrong with that. Later on, you add stuff that you like. You add stuff that you like. Now, back in the days, if I see a piece or a full page ad that's been running again and again and again and again because there's a high cost advertising, what does that tell me? That piece works. Then I put in my swipe file, right? James is asking, Sifu, what do you think about adding your Facebook posts and emails to Copy Vault? Yes, good idea. Very good idea. Do that. There's no right or wrong. Some vault. Hey, you know what? If you don't have a lot of gold bar in the vault, is it okay to have some silver? Is it okay to have some metal? Something is better than nothing, right? You're collecting it, right? Bronze, that's sure, right? Something is better than nothing, so that's good. But you got to build that collection. You got to build that collection, right? And that's what a lot of. I have one particular binder that I have. It's not that thick. It's about one. It's most of my binders are 2-inch, but there's one particular one. I call it a $1 billion binder because in there's about 30, probably 30 a dozen. There are 30-ish sales letters and campaigns. I know they've done over $1 billion cumulatively in that one binder, right? So certain ads I know. I like those things, right? I like those things. I collect them. And I'll share a quick story with you about my relationship with Alan because I think it's very beneficial and it's very, it symbolizes our relationship. So when Alan used to live in, he had a big house, right? And before he got divorced and downsized, so lived in this big house. And he has one of the largest personal libraries I have ever seen in my life back in the days, okay? His library is probably, in that house, the whole section of it, it's about probably 3,000 square feet. Okay, it's got bookshelf. It's like a mini library. You walk in, it's custom like shelf and like beautiful. It's got a beautiful long table. You walk. It's like a very high classy classic library, and all those custom shelves very expensive, by the way, right? And because of downsizing, and I went to that library because he had a library at his office. He also had another bigger library in this house, bigger house. And I went there only a couple of times. It's very private because it's his personal home, right? Not like the office. And when I went there, and I always saw these books and swipe files. And Alan cherished his books like more than money. Just like I cherish my library. Very, very much so. Okay. It's very, like that's my possession, my most valuable possession. So he cherishes library. So he has a very simple rule. He doesn't loan books to anybody. Neither do I. I don't loan books to people. I don't like to loan books to people. If you want, like, if someone comes to my place and they say, I love this book, I say, I'll buy you one. Don't take my books. My book doesn't leave my house. Okay? Because I've had the experience where how many of you had the experience? You loan something to somebody, fucking they never get it back. Right? They don't give it back. Right? So I went to Alan's place a couple times and I flipped through different things. Anyway, so he got downsized. So he had this, so from a big, massive house now down to a condo in downtown. And so he had this massive library. Now, what did I say? He cherished this library more than anything else that he has, right? More than anything else. Then he called me and said, Dan, I'm downsizing. You know, I have a lot of books, as you know, and I know you love books. I know you collect books. Why don't you come to my place and just pick up those books before I donate them or give them away? You come in and pick up those books first. And Alan's a fascinating guy. Like he's not like my books is all business. My entire library is nonfiction, right? But his is not like that. He's got stuff on stories. He's got stuff on history. He's got stuff on philosophy. He's got stuff on like a lot of different things, right? So I went there first and I picked hundreds of books, right? Like, and I know a lot of these books, they're very, very rare. I know them, right? So I pick all these books and all that. Still got his highlight in it. And he's got the whole section of swipe file. Right. And I asked Alan, can I, you sure? Like, you wanna like give me these? He said, yeah. So Jenny and I, we packed up like boxes, hundreds of books and swipe file, like big, like put on boxes, and we carried to my car. Now I always remember at the end when I was, everything is finished. And Alan, like I'm walking out, putting on my shoes. He put his hand on my shoulder. Give me a little pat. And he said, now these books are yours. And that's all he said. But you don't understand, right? He said, these books are yours. Now use it well. I got a little emotional. Hold on. I know what those books meant. They're not just books. What he's saying is, I've passed down the torch to you, because over all the years, I'm the only apprentice that's ever had. He's never taught anybody else, right? Especially at the time, his health was declining already, right? It wasn't a good place. Divorce and health declining. And when he gave me the books, what it meant to me. And I put them, I go home, I organize them, I have a whole section, and I, like my whole, like you can see, like I've got shelves, right? Can you see why I cherish my collection, the books, the swipe file? Not just because it makes money and it's proven campaigns, but has a lot of sentimental value to me personally, right? Especially it is a skill that I'm teaching you. I'm transferring my skill and passing the torch to you, but what it means and how these books and how these papers, words, gave me a new life, right? Gave me a different future. It's very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. So this is why I love books. I keep buying books. I've got a big library. I am in some way addicted to books, right? I always buy books. So every great copywriter has a swipe file. They have a copy vault. The legends have it. 6-7 figure copywriters have it. You got to collect them. And hand copying not only lets you understand these sales messages on a subconscious level, we talked about this, but you can also look to them for inspiration when you're stuck or when writer's block is, kind of, you stop, right? Smack you in the face. Sifu doesn't have writer's block. You know why I don't have writer's block? Because whenever I need ideas, I go to my library. Why would I have writer's block? Doesn't matter what campaign, what industry, whatever we are creating. I look, okay, here's something that worked 20 years ago. Here's something that worked 10 years ago. I want to get inspiration. I want to get ideas. I want that spark, right? That works. So I can do it this way. There's no writer's block. People who have writer's block, they don't have a copy vault. You follow what I'm saying? They're trying to create from scratch, which is very dumb. You don't do that, right? And copywriters, we should have no ego. Say with me, no egos. No egos. Meaning that you should not be attached to, this is my thing and I came up with this, from scratch, right? Such pride in the work. No, it's no ego. Or also, just because you created a kick-ass campaign and letter and landing page and ad a year ago doesn't mean that you could create something today, right? So don't be blindsided by, last email I wrote, it worked so well. No, you have to always understand that the customer, right? They are the ones that can always make a decision to buy or not to buy. So the minute you say, I know it all, I got everything and all that, that's when you stop your growth as a copywriter. Sifu, how can I tweak the copy to user when I'm working with a client? You take the ideas. See, the difference is if you plagiarize, meaning you copy word for word, that's illegal. But if you take the ideas, you take different chunks, you take the hook, that's fine because you cannot copyright an idea. Which I'll teach you how to do in the next few weeks. You'll see that. You don't want to be staring at a blank screen, right? So as a copywriter, it's like those magazines. What was a magazine? A Playboy. Back in the days, right? As a copywriter, you should get excited. Okay, you should be turned on by sales letters. You should be turned on. You should be looking at, like when your friends, they don't know what you're looking at, you're like, oh, ooh, look at that curvy headline, right? Ooh, look at that mouth-watering bullets. Ooh, right? Look at that juicy offer. Oh, wow, like look at that. Okay, you should be looking at the letters. You should be looking at them like they're freaking, like a teenager looking at Playboy. Okay, you should be excited. You should geek out. When you see certain headlines, certain promotion, you're like, this is cool. That's when you know you're a copywriter, by the way, right? People look at this. What the hell are you getting excited about? It's some pages. Oh, you don't understand, right? You should think about this. Okay, remember the Wall Street Journal ad? How many of you could see that's a masterpiece, right? $1 billion ad. The Wall Street Journal ad, right? You look at it like you appreciate the words, the offer, the genius, the brilliance of a copy, right? You're like, oh, this is so good, right? You look at this, so good. But let's say you give it to your friend, someone that you know, who doesn't know copywriting. You give them that few pieces of paper. They're like, huh? What is this junk? What the fuck are you talking about, man? Right? They don't get it. And you're like jumping up and down about the headline, about all this stuff. That's when you know you're a high income copywriter, right? That's when you know you're a high income copywriter. Does that make sense? So do you see why it's so critical to build your copy vault? Have I made my point? And how do you want to use that copy vault? Hand copy, get ideas, right? Inspiration. Now you're turning what most people would consider trash into cash. You're seeing things that people don't see, seeing opportunities that people don't see. Okay? So remember, I asked you to pay close attention, yes? In the beginning. Remember that? About 30 minutes ago. So time out. Take a deep breath. Let it out. Okay, time out. What has Sifu done? Now you're going to experience a mind-blowing moment in about 2 minutes. You ready for that? Sifu has just used the high-income copywriting skill to teach the entire persuasion secret number 1. How did I do it? I start off with a question. First, I state the problem. Without absolutely knock them dead copy, it won't matter how much traffic you get, how good your product is, how pretty your funnel is, or any of that stuff. If you don't have copy that sells, you're dead in the water. Then I ask you the question, what if Sifu told you there's a way to become a high-income copywriter easier and faster? Then I make a comparison, how it ties to high-ticket closing versus high-income copywriting. Role play equals hand copy. I make a comparison. Now you understand what it is. I gave you 5 benefits of why you need to hand copy great ads. I gave you a quote from a famous person. Although you may not know who that person is, it doesn't matter, right? Any fool can make soap. It takes a genius to sell soap. And talk about the big idea. What is the big idea? It's the thing that sells the thing. Isn't it the big idea? That you need to remember is the thing that sells the thing. Then I gave you an example. Copy vault, metaphor to excite the imagination. Imagine you open up a vault, you have a vault at home, you've got money, you've got gold in it. Oh, wow. Instead of looking at just a piece of paper, gold. And then I share a story, a very personal story, right? Alan Allen taught me the value of storytelling. Then I gave you a very clear call to action. What's the call to action? You need to hand copy great ads. In fact, I threw in a little bit of that sex appeal at the end. You should get horny, get excited looking at these words. Do you see how this works? So Sifu just taught you and demonstrate, teaching the entire lesson 1 using a formula of high-income copywriting. This is this exact formula when you're writing sales messages. You're writing a landing page. You're writing an email. It is the same. So, who just had a moment like this? A mind-blowing moment. why I could hold the attention of my students for hours, because as I'm teaching, I'm writing copy. Your professor doesn't do that in school. He's boring as fuck. I don't just teach a lesson, I create excitements and emotions while I'm teaching a lesson because of my copywriting background. So it works when you're writing sales message. It works when you are just communicating. It works when you're teaching. So imagine you're talking to your kids. You say, hey, eat vegetables. Well, that's one thing. But how can you ask them a question? How can you give them the benefits? How can you give them the big idea? Right? How do you give them a story? How do you give them a call to action so that they will eat the vegetables and not that chocolate? Instead of just telling them. Not that. So persuasion secret number 2, write the way that you talk. Write the way you talk. So isn't it? That's what we did. You write the way that you talk. So as Sifu's teaching, aren't I writing with my spoken words? It is the same. So how many of you that English is not your first language? It's not your first language. I truly believe, thinking about it, that why I could learn, like why my copy works, because my English is not that good, because English is not my first language, because I never graduated from university. That's exactly why. So I cannot use very complex and complicated words because I don't have those vocabulary. So I don't use fancy words. I use words that people understand at a very simple level, and it sells more. And I don't write in a passive voice because that's not the way. We don't talk passively. We talk actively, right? And naturally, that becomes good copywriting. If I actually went to university, actually got some degree and stuff like that, I don't think I'll be as good as a copywriter. I don't think I'll be as successful. Because now I try to use all those fancy words. I try to have the perfect structure, like the sentence, and try to please the English teacher. No, I'm like, I flung English twice when I was in high school. What difference does it make? So I talk the way I talk, right? Robert is asking, Sifu, what is the thin line between mixing, closing, copywriting if you are using copywriting techniques that are not working, closing spoken words? It's very simple. When you are closing one-on-one, we have a one-on-one communication, you will do only 20% of the talking, your prospect would do 80% of the talking, right? You're asking questions to close that sale. When you're doing copy, you're talking one to many, right? It could be 1 to 10, 1 to 20, 1 to 100,000. You're talking one to many. You with me? You're talking one to many. It's a one-way communication. Although it feels two ways, but it's one-way communication. When I'm teaching, it's one to many. I'm reading a comment, but mostly it's still a one-way communication, right? I'm speaking from my heart, right, to you, sharing my knowledge with you. That's the difference. So it has more similarities to platform closing versus one-on-one. Now that's the distinction that I think most students, they don't understand, right? They don't understand, which is a different skill set. See, what if we speak broken English? Do we also write in that way? You don't write in broken English. You write conversationally. Doesn't mean I get sloppy with words. It just means I don't use complicated words that people would have a hard time understanding. Does that make sense? Right? So write the way you talk. You don't need to be a master of the English language. You don't need to be able to rattle off the rules of grammar. I don't know any one of them. You don't need a college degree. I had none. You don't need a license. You pretty much break all the rules your English teacher told you to keep. Why? Because your English teacher haven't sold a damn thing to anybody. No one gave them money, bought something from them because the words they wrote. They could do assignments. They could grade essays. Great. But when was the last time someone handed them a check or money for what they wrote? So they could not possibly know how to close and print. Impossible. Right? So you don't need these things. Do you understand that? Here's what you do need, though. You need to know the HIC methodology for writing, hard-hitting, focus copy. You need to have understanding of for structuring your pitch. So lesson number 1, do you see there's a structure? You need to understand the structure of a pitch, how it flows. You also need to learn simple secrets, right, from a mentor. So over $100 million worth of products and services. You need these things. And it doesn't matter if you think you're selling to a very sophisticated crowd, fractional jet ownership. Now, would you say if a company is selling fractional jet ownership, that's a pretty sophisticated crowd? Could be Fortune 500 CEO. We're not selling to Walmart audience here, right? We're not selling to a blue collar worker here. We're selling to a very particular affluent crowd, right? But you still write like real people talk over beer or cocktail. So closing in print, it's about closing. Closing is personal. Say with me, closing is personal. And if closing is personal, it requires for you to establish some rapport. This is a difficult thing for a lot of people to understand because they believe, but my clients is different my ass. They're not different. They're people. They're human beings. They have emotions, just like everybody else. Human nature is human nature is human nature. It doesn't change. So I'm going to give you an example here, okay? Des, can you help me out and read some part of it, if possible?
Yep, I can do it.
Okay. So this is an ad, okay? And it's talking to investors. Pretty sophisticated crowd, right? By Bloomberg, billionaire. So the crowd is sophisticated. The thing that he's selling is sophisticated. This is not selling some low ticket stuff. This is too pretty. And I want you to pay very close attention. So from the headline to, just read the entire copy if possible.
Okay, got it. 27 secret strategies of Wall Street's biggest winners. Powerful money-making secrets for sophisticated investors only.
Now pause for a second. What did the headline do? It calls out who this is not for. Now, what's very interesting is the ones who are not sophisticated, they're gonna lie. They're gonna say, I'm sophisticated, right? Although they haven't invested in damn thing, they're gonna read the thing, pretend to be sophisticated. So it's actually calling everybody. But right from the get-go, ooh, what is this thing, right? Keep going.
The investment world's most efficient money-making tools. Until now, available only to Wall Street's elite. Yours free.
Pause. Right there. Can you see the irresistible offer? Yours free. This is free. It's a tool. Before this, only available. Wall Street's elite. Now, it has a very deep psychology, a psychological trigger there, because it goes back to a lot of people they believe in conspiracy theory. There's something that other people know that they don't. Damn, these Wall Street elite investors, they must have some insider information, some insider trading stuff, something that I don't know. That's why my investment is not making money and they are making all the fucking money. Fuck them, right? One sentence persuasion, confirming their suspicions. Keep going.
In the next few moments, I'm going to give you a critical advantage over 99.9% of all other investors. Some might even say it's an unfair advantage. Specifically, I'm going to give you 27 tools to cut your risk, pump up your profits, and simplify all your investment decisions.
Now, pause right there. Unfair advantage. Not, I'm going to give you some tools. Now I'm going to give you 27 tools. And look, cut your risk. So that's talking about speaking to the fear. Pump up your profit, speaking to the greed. Simplify. Oh, yeah. It's interesting. In the headline, I thought you're a sophisticated investor. Why do you need to simplify? Aren't you very smart? No, sophisticated investors want something simple. Talking to them. Can you see, first of all, do you see the conversational tone? Okay, keep going.
Furthermore, I'm going to invite you to accept a valuable package of the investment world's most powerful money-making tools completely without cost or obligation.
Okay, pause. Okay. Languaging. No, I'm going to give you. I'm going to invite you. I'm going to invite you. So if Sifu is actually, let's say, goes back to the beginning, if I'm selling you, if I'm actually selling, this is not a class. If I'm selling on a webinar, I'm selling you the Art of Copy workshop, I would use different language. You're my student. I don't need to do that. Right? I'll just say, here's a link. Go for it. But if I'm selling and you don't know me, I would use a very different languaging. I would say, I'm conducting a 2-day virtual, one-time only workshop. I'm inviting you to attend. I would use a very, very, very different approach, a very different pitch. Right? But you're my students. I don't need to sell it. I'm just like, here it is. Right? You want 2 days training? Go for it. You don't like 2 days training? That's okay. Keep going.
More than 75,000 brokers, money managers, and top investors around the world pay up to $1,500 a month for these tools. But now you too can draw upon some of the same resources free.
Pause. Awesome. I like that. 75,000 brokers. What does that mean? What does that mean? Hey, there are a lot of brokers that are using this tool and they pay like $1,500 a month. Damn, I can get it for free. So we have the headline already for free. And now we establish the value again and then say, hey, free. Now they're going to introduce it. Go ahead.
Introducing Bloomberg's Personal, the most valuable money-making tool any investor can have. For the past 15 years, members of an exclusive club of investment professionals have enjoyed a secret advantage over you.
Oh, I love that. Pause. Again, remember, Wall Street elite, they make all the money. I don't make money. God damn it. They have an unfair advantage, right? They have enjoyed a secret advantage over you. You don't have the unfair advantage. These professionals, what? Now, here's the thing. if you think about it, if you don't invest in stocks, hypothetically, what do you mean they have over a secret advantage over me? If you really dissect it, right? Just like someone making money, how does that have to do with me? Doesn't have to do with me, right? Now, keep going.
They call it the Bloomberg, the computer terminal found on the desks of many top stock traders, money managers, and investors around the world. Your broker won't make a move without checking the Bloomberg. Neither will the money managers at your mutual funds. And for good reason. We're the investment world's #1 source for up-to-the-minute stock prices, company analysis, insider trading information, and much, much more. We're on an international financial news network with 65 offices and news bureaus in most major countries, hundreds of on-the-scene reporters around the world, and thousands of inside contacts, both at the top levels of the companies you invest in and in major institutions. Until now, only investment professionals had access to the tremendous power of Bloomberg. But now, thanks to our new Bloomberg Personal magazine, you can too. If you've ever wished you could know more about...
Okay, two things. Number one, I like the paragraph. We are the investment world's #1 source for up-to-the-minute stock prices, company analysis, insider trading information. Remember what Sifu said? It's confirming the suspicions. I knew these damn brokers, right? They must have some information, being withheld that I didn't know. No wonder they are making all the money. They've got up-to-date stuff. They've got access to reporters and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Now, love, if you ever wish you could know more about what? About what? Then you want to flip the page. It keeps you reading. You see, when you're running a full page ad like this, you don't get fucking sloppy. He could have used a complete sentence, which he doesn't, the copywriter. Right? It's an incomplete thought. It's a cliffhanger. Write this down. It's a cliffhanger. Right? Yeah, let's go for it.
Seven reasons why Bloomberg's Personal is the world's most essential wealth building tool. Number one, advanced investment strategies for sophisticated investors only. You don't have to be experienced or rich to benefit from Bloomberg Personal.
I love this. Advanced investment strategies for sophisticated investors only. But you don't have to be experienced or rich to benefit from it, though. Isn't what? You need to understand. No one likes to be a beginner. No one wants to think they are beginners. This is why when even Sifu conducts the 2-day workshop, although it is what it is, it's a beginner's course to copywriting. You will never see me use that word. Because no one likes to think of themselves as a beginner. Out of copy. Ooh, sounds naming things. It's an art. There's elegance to it. It's sophisticated. How about what if I just call it beginner, let's say beginner copywriting 101? I don't think I'll have any signups. Do you understand? Right? Art of copy. Ooh. Kind of like the art of war. Psychology. That's cool. Content could be the same, See if we could always over deliver. Content could be the same. But big idea, naming things, you cannot be sloppy. part of your job as a copywriter requires you to name things from time to time, or tweak things, or rebrand things, or reposition things. That's all strategy. So you see, like your skill goes beyond than just words. Words are the easiest thing. Word is the easiest part of the copywriting. That's like, it's so, you see, that's the easy stuff. Thinking, the big idea, that's what you want to learn from Sifu. I could tell you that. That's something very few people in the world that could teach you this. Because not many people are good at it. It requires tremendous amount of business acumen, right, and experience. Okay, Desmond, keep going, please. Thank you.
But you do have to want more for your investments than a money market fund. Other magazines will give you lists of last year's top yielding mutual funds, but Bloomberg Personal is for successful people who want to move beyond what we respectfully call the news magazine stage.
Now, pause. News magazine stage. What is that? I don't know what it is, but that sounds important. It sounds cutting edge. Don't know what it is though. But I don't want like last year. Who the fuck wants last year's news? Now, he could have called that, but we give you the latest news. No. He doesn't say that. It's what we respectfully call news magazine stage. Don't know what it is? Sounds good. Give me some. Keep going.
Number 2, practical tools help you make more profitable decisions. Bloomberg Personal readers are almost all computer literate, and they want to use the remarkable power of internet and database research to make informed decisions about their investments. Unlike other investment magazines, Bloomberg Personal helps you do just that. Through its subscribers only section of the website, Bloomberg allows ordinary investors like you to receive stock data and analysis free. Number 3, guide and information you trust. Bloomberg Personal provides you with the unparalleled power of the Bloomberg News organization, with news analysis and staffers in 65 offices and news bureaus worldwide. Bloomberg simply has the most extensive investment sources of any news organization. You get information and analysis you can trust. Number 4, inside intelligence from emerging markets. Bloomberg Personal expands your horizons. It helps you look beyond the blue chips to high profitable global markets and new technologies. But unlike other magazines that tout every new investment fad, Bloomberg Personal provides bottom line analysis that helps you decide whether an investment will make you money.
Now,
Number
pause.
5.
Notice the writer uses what I call power words in different places. Okay. So it's one thing to say provides analysis, provides bottom line analysis, right? Investors, impatient, get to the bottom line, give me the goods, right? Give me the bottom line. Saves me time, right? He uses like this different things in different places. So pay very close attention. Okay, keep going.
Number 5. Unabashedly on your side. Bloomberg's Personal brings you frank investment advice from the most experienced, reliable experts in every field. It's like having a long chat with people like Nobel Prize winning economist Paul A. Samuelson, interest rates guru James Grant, Vanguard Group Chairman John C. Bogle, Templeton Fund Global Analyst Mark Mobus, and Burton Mackel, best-selling author of A Random Walk Down Wall Street. Number
Now,
6.
these are all celebrities in the investment world. Now, to outsiders, don't know who the hell they are, but to investors, right? They know Vanguard, right? They know Templeton Fund, right? They know these brands, right? But it's interesting, the metaphor It's like having a long chat, right? It's like being able to pick their brain, right? See how it paints a picture in people's mind? Okay, keep going.
Number 6, makes even sophisticated profit strategies simple. One of the special benefits of Bloomberg Personal is that it teaches you the tricks of the trade. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand these things. You just have to have someone walk you through them. Little strategies like strangles and spreads become a drip arbitrage using currency fluctuations to hedge your international fund. Learning to trade calls and puts and so on. Only in Bloomberg Personal.
Now, pause. Now, again, this ad is not talking to sophisticated investors. This is talking to beginner investors or people who have not invested or want to jump into investing. Most people have no clue what those things mean. So on purpose, the copywriter in here is trying to confuse the audience. But sounds good, sounds sexy, you know, right? Currency fluctuations hedged by international fund. I don't have a fund yet. What international fund? I don't even own a single stock. Now you're talking about how to trade options. But sounds good though. It sounds good. One more chunk.
Number 7, money-wise guidance for your personal finance too. Let's face it, money is a much bigger topic than just investing. That's why with Bloomberg Personal, you get hard-hitting advice on how to handle your personal and career finances as well. Experts in estate planning, insurance, money management, and tax law lay out your options. They give you the hard numbers. They help you make decisions that will ensure you make and keep more money to invest.
So think about these 7 bullets. 7 reasons. The first one, appealing to what? Exclusivity. Second one, money, greed. Third, guidance, information you can trust, right? Selling trust. Number 3, right? Number 4, inside intelligence. Number 5, frank, investment advice. Access, right? To the brightest minds in the world, in the investment world. Is access powerful? You better believe it. Making things simple. Now, number 6, he's not actually making things simple, because if that's the intent of the copywriter, he would say stuff that every single person, like the general public, will understand. No, purposely, he's confusing people. Why? Because he's appealing to ego. People who are reading this mostly are men. They want to sound fucking smart at parties. They want to be able to say these things from Bloomberg. So at party, yeah, I'm doing a put option, I'm doing a call option, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, right? Sounds good. Sounds like you know what the fuck you're talking about. This thing is gonna make me smart, it's gonna make me look good. I like that. And number 7, hey, besides money, money's not the most important thing. We've got you covered, right? Estate planning, career, personal advice, just in case you want some of those things. There we go, full package, Bloomberg, man. Now, pay attention, HIC. It is selling a magazine subscription with content in a membership protected site. But do you see, they're not talking about the thing. That's what the thing is. It's a bunch of content in a magazine, plus it's on our website. It is not the thing. It's the thing that sells the thing. Beginner copywriters, they will write, well, you get a 1-year subscription to these, and you get these things, and you get these things, and a lot of these content is great, and you're going to get a website. No. Nope. That's not what he's selling. That's the difference. As a copywriter, you need to get to this. Now, this is a very masterpiece, but you need to get to the idea of what are you actually selling. And almost all business owners, why they fuck up, why the business doesn't grow, why there's no one buying from them, they're focusing on the thing. And they try to, and when it's not selling what the most business owners do, they try to explain the thing harder. They try to explain the thing that's not selling harder when people don't even want it in the first place. It's like the magazine is not selling. Let me tell you the type of paper that we use. Let me tell you how many pages that we have in each issue.
So Sifu, just I was reading some of the comments. Someone was even saying like it's selling sophistication. It's selling to the reader who's reading this, who wants to feel sophisticated. They want to feel like they know it. They want to feel like they're in the exclusive club.
In the know.
They're in the know.
In the know.
Okay.
They want to feel like they're in the know.
Mm.
That's why in the beginning how he sets up the copy, an unfair advantage, invitation only, right? A club, right? Advantage over you. All these smart people are using it. All these top money managers are using it. But hey, you weren't using it, not so smart. Now, the guy didn't say it. You're not so smart. But he is saying that you are not in this club. Right? Now, this, we're not going to go through it. This is just another way of him explaining different things. What I want to draw your attention to is the call to action at the very bottom part. So that's if you can just read the PS and PPS.
Got it. Fast response bonus gift. If we receive your no-risk trial certificate within 10 days, you'll also receive an extra free bonus gift, Research Tricks of Wall Street Pros. It's a fascinating step-by-step, 100% legal guide to getting the inside scoop on domestic and foreign stocks. See page 23 for details. PPS. Send no money. Please remember, this free offer is just that, free. You get the next issue of Bloomberg Personal, your free copy of Secret Strategies, your password to the Bloomberg Personal website, all without spending a penny. Please, don't let this special introductory offer slip by. Mail the free gift certificate on page 23 of this magazine now.
We already talked about the free in the beginning. We talk about the free plus bonus, and then we talk about the free again. One of the biggest mistakes, and you see this, and some you will make. So I'm telling you and teaching you so you don't make it. Just because something is free, it doesn't mean you need to sell it. This whole fucking thing, think how many pages to sell a free subscription in a printed magazine. Just because it's free, it doesn't mean, no, it's more than 3 pages. I just give you the certain segment of it. This thing is not 3 pages. This thing is, look, continue from page 14. Pay attention. It's a 14-page sales letter to sell a free subscription. Do you think it's cheap to run these ads to that audience? A magazine with 14 pages to sell a free thing, right? And these are things I have in my copy vault. So when other people are guessing, oh, let's say someone needs to write need copy to write sell subscription, I'm like, okay, let's pull out the Bloomberg ad. What we got here? What we got here, right? And of course, Bloomberg didn't write the ad. Bloomberg hired a copywriter to write this ad. This is not written by Bloomberg. Are you seeing the matrix here? Now, if Sifu didn't dissect the ad, I just did it on the fly, would you see these things? Or just reading some words? So to untrained eyes, and not your fault, untrained eyes, it's just words. To a trained eyes, I see things that other people don't see. I'm like, oh, that's smart. Oh, that's cool, right? Why is there a signature, by the way? Yeah, builds trust. Because don't you sign something? Right? When it's a document, when it's a contract, you sign it. It means you personal guarantee something. When you order the free book, let's say if you order the free book from Sifu on a website, you would get a stick letter from me with a headline. And at the bottom of that stick letter, you see a signature from me. A printed signature, but still you see a signature. Most people don't think about it, but it makes it more personal. Although they know it's a printed letter, but it makes it more personal. Tina is asking, Sifu, I'm confused. Why would they have a 14-page ad for a free subscription? Because they know the value. And this, this is what I call a sales letter in disguise. They're making it look like editorial in a magazine. So people feel like they're reading editorial, but it's actually a sales letter, right? And that's why it's in chunks, which are a lot of content online also. So that's why copywriting and content writing, they work hand in hand. Good content writing is copy. You just don't feel like it's writing copy. You feel like you're reading a piece of content, but through the piece of content, it's already doing all this closing. You don't feel like being sold, right? Sarah, it's the word secret overused in copywriting. No. Sarah, do you know why? Do you know why it's not overused? It's a secret. Can't tell you. But there's a secret. Why it's not overused? Human nature is human nature is human nature. Doesn't change. Now you wonder, is there's actually a secret? No, there's no secret. I'm teasing you. There's no secret. But it works. So your copy must read as a conversation. Do you see the Bloomberg copy? Do you see how it's very conversational? Does this feel like a school essay, a textbook to you? But shouldn't he write like a textbook, right? Shouldn't he write like those very complex, right, Wall Street Journal type, not the ad, like content? No. It's like it's just talking to you. It must flow. Sounds like, feels like, reads like a conversation. It reads like a conversation. So how do you apply this? One, use short paragraphs. Do not use a long paragraph with so many lines. No, short. Break it up. So your eyes, your prospects, your audience eyes could scan them. Use one sentence. Could you see sometimes you could use one sentence? It breaks the rules in English. Fuck those rules. Those rules don't make money. From time to time, use one. Paragraphs. Or one word. Sometimes one word sentences. Use easy to understand words. More importantly, when you're writing, although the magazine is like to a bunch of people, in this case, the copywriter is talking to you one-on-one. If you go back and listen to what Desmond did, right? Reading copy out loud is talking to you. It's not talking to a group, right? You receive his email, I'm talking to one person. Although the email is going to 1.4 million people, I'm talking to one person. Do you understand? One person. When I'm teaching, I'm talking to one person. All these little things matter. All these little things matter. So here's a headline. Who wants a shortcut to accomplishing the task of writing conversational copy? So the question, a headline. Isn't it fun? Can you see? Like, this is why I enjoy teaching copywriting class, because I could do it and I can stop and I can kind of joke with you. See what I did there? So I can do it and stop and pause and see what I did there. It's kind of fun. It's like magician. I do a magic and then, hey, you see how I did that? Oh, that's cool, right? See how I pulled a head, like the rabbit out of a hat here, right? So you could see those things. So here's what you do. But it's a secret. I can't tell you. All right. Here's what you do. Write this down. You turn on your recorder on your smartphone and you act as if your prospects were in the room with you. And then you imagine this person you're talking to is going to die if he didn't use your services or buy your products. Literally die on the spot if he didn't buy what you sell. So you go ahead, you turn on the recorder, you close him for a good 15, 20 minutes. Think about your vocal headline, opening statement, you offer, you close, you guarantee. After you're done listening, you transcribe it. How do you write conversational copy? You talk. When you talk, it will be conversational. You don't have to filter when you're writing. How many of you talk differently when you write? Or you write differently when you talk? This way, you just do it. You hear and see what your copy should sound like. It's a powerful exercise. And when you do this, your insecurity would come up. The low self-esteem would come up. The lower self would come up. Why? Because you're not comfortable selling. You're not comfortable closing. You would hesitate. You would hold back. Guess what? Then when you're writing copy, you hold back. It's not very compelling. In your mind, you may not feel like that's what you sound like a right copy. You may not think about it that way, but it is. It is. Does that make sense? But Steve, I thought closing call is fair. Not closing call. No. You're not doing a closing call. You're sitting in front of a person. You're pitching. It's a different context. You're selling this thing. You're not using HTC techniques. You're not trying to gather information. You're just pitching this thing. Whatever you're selling right now. You're selling it. Yes, like a presentation. You're selling it. Why? How do you sell this thing? Right? There's a difference. There's a difference. More than that. Now, see, it's going to give you a ninja technique. Everybody says ninja. Ninja! A ninja technique. Now, it's another, are you ready? Another mic drop moment. Another mind-blowing moment here. This is one of my favorite. One of my, truly, this is a secret technique because I don't see people using it. I figured it out when I was getting started. Okay. An incredibly simple technique that will make you look like a marketing genius, even if you have zero experience. You ready? Now, after I teach it to you, you're gonna give me a mic drop moment, okay? If it's good. Because Stephen needs to earn it too. You ready? Here's what you do. Let's say you sign up a client. You don't have any experience, right? Now you need to, then the client hires you to write a pretty big job, a pretty big project, right? Long sales page with a bunch of emails, high ticket, okay? Here's what you do. You ask your retainer or big project client for 5 to 10 of the best clients' contact information. And then you also ask 3 to 5 customers who used to buy from them but no longer do. If they have a closing team, you ask for the top 1 or 2 sales guys' contact information. Then you go ahead and you interview them. You ask them questions. Then you take those questions and answers, all the reasons why they buy, the objections why they no longer buy, and the closest proven pitch, and you convert that into copy. When you show the client your copy, they would be, holy fuck. How do you do this? You don't know anything about my business. You don't know enough about my product. How could you are a genius? Of course you are. Because you just talked to their number 1 sales guy and took the proven pitch. You just put it in print. The guy's worked there for 10 years. And you talk to the customer who's bought from them for such a long time. Hey, why did you buy from us? Oh, I bought from you guys because of A, B, C, and D. Great. You talk to people. Hey, why did you leave us? What did we do wrong? Yeah, it's the customer service, this and that. All the objections they have. You take all of that, you put it in Q&A. Now you show the copy to your client. They would think you are like a marketing genius. So there you go. Do you see why it's not about being creative? There's a system to these things. There's steps to these things. Who likes that ninja technique? But it requires you to have closing skill. Because when you interview them, you need to know how to ask the right questions. Otherwise, you're not getting the information that you need. You need to know how to go deep. So for my HTC students, you already know how to do that. You interview them, you ask them, and you try to pull out stories. And you just use those stories in email, in landing page, in webinar, in sales page, anything that you want to do. Anything you want to do. And yes, you get it. You're getting it. You could also potentially get a testimonial that you could use in the copy. Because chances are the business owner that you're writing for, they never collect testimonials. They never think about it. So you could do that. So just imagine a business owner hires you, the right copy. You figure exactly why people buy, why have people been buying, why they don't buy anymore, the top closers, what they do, right? And then you collect 3-4 testimonials. And then you present your copy to the client. They've never seen a copywriter like this, unless you're my student. because most copywriters, you think that the freaking, like, those copywriters on Fiverr, on Upwork, they understand this stuff, they know this stuff. They have no clue. You have an unfair advantage over them. Unfair advantage. And you do. Right? It is an unfair advantage. Makes sense. So we're 2 hours. Wow. Holy shit. 2 hours, 15 minutes in. Whew. Very good. Why don't we take a quick 3-minute break? Because we've still got a lot to cover. Let's quick a 3-minute break. And then we will resume, go get something to drink, quick bio break, and we'll be right back.
Oh my God, Dana. I think we can stop the class even right here, and everyone would be mind blown. I don't know if I'm speaking for the entire HIC community, but mind blown.
Yes, I already see some no's in the chat. All right.
No as in you do not want any more, or no, please don't end the
No,
class.
I think she meant no as don't stop.
Or no, mind blown? Okay, we'll just have to go harder then.
Yeah, I see Adam says more. Definitely.
Type in the chat. Actually, or even Dana, you let me know, right? What does it mean? Because this is such a profound thing. I've heard Sifu actually say this many times, and even I had a mind blown moment about the phrase, it's not the thing, it's the thing that sells the thing. Even when you first hear that, what came to your mind versus when Sifu now explained using the Bloomberg? What does
I
that mean
see.
to you? Yeah, what does that mean to you? So we'll give them a second to type in there. And then, Dana, do they have any other, any announcements from support? Anything that you've noticed in the community? Any recognition or any shout outs to anyone that you may need to mention?
Yes, definitely. Well, I'm just looking at the chat right here and I'm seeing that someone says it's marketing that sells the things. It's emotional interpretation. Wow. It's the emotion that sells. See, the words you use, Kyle says, the words you use to describe sell a product varies between sellers. Abdallah says, I first thought it was a copy that sells the product. Now, who else thought this way? I see Kyle says, my mind was on the thing like Bruce Lee's finger, but now I know it's a deep desire and connection triggered. Chantal says, not the drill, but the hole is what came to mind, but after the explanation, it's a family photo and the feeling they get from it.
Ooh, I think I like what Patrick wrote. And Patrick has been with Sifu for quite some time. His copywriting has really advanced, but he writes, it
Yes.
is the copy, but the copy isn't about the thing. Ooh.
Yes. I see a lot of great takeaways right here. See, Edward says, copywriting is more than just a support. It's as important as a product itself.
I'm noticing even some of the HIC members are, even their comments in Discord, they're starting to write with copy. It's not
Yes,
just
definitely.
simple.
Yeah, I see Patty says it's the why behind the sell. Why would they really want to buy? Wow.
Before Sifu comes back, any other key takeaways that you have? Who remembers even at the beginning? What does AIDA stand for?
Let's see who gets it first. Ooh, I see several people are typing.
Oh, I think Xavier takes it.
Yes.
Congratulations,
First.
Xavier. Followed by Janan and Yashar. All right.
Yes. Good. And who's going to change their banners? Who needs a little Who needs to update them? Yeah, I see a lot of me's. That's good. That's good.
Quick pop quiz. To write copy, you need to what clearly? Bingo. Oop,
Think.
let's see who got that first. I think that was
Oh, the
scrolling
chat
up.
is going fast.
Bart. Bart takes it. Bart engine on
Yes.
again. Oh, wow. Well done. Okay, guys, quickly grab your drink, bio break. Sifu will be back very, very soon. Run if you have to, and we'll be getting started shortly.
Yes.
All right. That is time just gone by so fast. I thought we were like an hour and a half. Man, this is crazy. Still got so much. I gotta speed up.
Sifu, in the time that you went on a break, 158 new messages came in.
Wow.
Chat is blowing up.
Blowing up. Love it. So, persuasion secret number 3. By the way, just the first 2 secret. Are you learning something new? Are you learning something that's mind-blowing? Is it practical? Can you use them? Are you going to use them? Not going to do any good if it's just entertainment. You got to use them. But keep it to yourself. I wouldn't share this with other people. Right? What happens in HIC stays in HIC. Because then why would you tell other writers to interview the clients? That takes away your advantage, right? Something that you know that they don't know, right? So 4 keys to master copywriting. Now this is key. Now we're going into even some more strategies here, okay? So this is the most important formula within HIC. This is our foundation, right? And that is, you have to be a psychologist plus a strategist plus researcher plus wordsmith equals high income copywriter. Those are the 4 hats you need to wear. Those are 4 hats you need to wear very well. And writing is only what? What percentage of the equation? 25%. And yet, that's what all writers talk about only. Oh, what words? What are the words? Same thing with closing, right? Beginner salespeople, they focus on a script. I'm like, what script? I don't need a fucking script. So the writing aspect is only wordsmith. Those 3, in fact, if I could do those 3 things very well, meaning I could read the marketplace, understand the strategy, big idea, I did my research, my words could be average, but it would still sell. Your words could be phenomenal. You miss those 3, it won't sell shit. It won't sell anything. Does that make sense? That's the part people don't get. That's the deep knowledge you need to learn. And that's deep knowledge you need to learn from me. Because very few people could teach you those things well. A lot of people could write. A lot of people could write better than I do. They just can't sell. When was the last time they sell something? They're far better writers than Sifu. Way more. They just can't sell. They don't know how to close in print. 2 different things, right? They're 2 different things, right? And don't worry, I'm going to teach you how to do all these things, how to do research in just a moment. So those are the 4 identity you need to have, right? What's the first one? You need to be a what? So first one, yes, psychologist. Then you need to be a second one, a strategist. Third, a researcher, and then a wordsmith, right? So that's who you need to be a high income copywriter, which a lot of those are thinking type activity. So what do you need to do exactly then? Who wants to know? So those are the things who you need to be, but what do you exactly need to do to get good? Let's break those 4 things down. You want to be a good psychologist, you got to go deep, meaning understanding what makes people tick, the human psychology. And it's a subject that I seafood study, I still study, right? Strategists. You need real world feedback from experienced copywriters. That's how you get good. No different than how seafood just dissects the copy for you. I could give you, hey, here's a piece of copy, but what does it mean? Unless someone dissects the copy. Okay, see the psychology here, see here, and someone critiquing your work. That's the biggest difference. And that needs to be continuous. Do you see how that needs to be continuous? Just like I'm teaching you a martial art move. Hey, here's how you hit the wooden dummy, right? Here's how you hit the heavy bag. You're hitting it, but someone needs to adjust your position, right? So you're doing it right. You're doing it right. Then reading that 1 book a month about the industry, about the marketplace, whoever marketplace the industry is serving, right? Or it could be a book about different topic. And then writing minimum 30 minutes a day. That's the formula. That's how you get good. Doesn't need to be complicated. Is this complicated, by the way? Go deep. Get feedback. Read and write. Most good copywriters, they're also not only they're well read, they also have a lot of what I call broad experience in life. That's why they're kind of fascinating as a person. Because you kind of know little about a lot of things. Because when they write copy, they would pull those things from different sources. They're great conversation people, right? Which, yes, it helps your dating life. You better believe it. Because some of you are boring, right? If I'm a girl, I don't want to go on a date with you. You bore me to death. But by learning copy, you become interesting because you could talk about different things. You could comment on this. You can ask questions. You can talk about this. And to a woman, you're interesting, right? You sound different. You sound knowledgeable, right? It's very, very attractive. Lady, isn't it? Very attractive. A guy who's kind of knows a lot of things, right? Who you could have good conversations with. It makes you more interesting as a person. So it's like indirectly, it forces you to be more interesting too, which is a great thing because it helps you to sell more. Because sometimes it could be that one story that could help you make that sell, right? You cannot be boring in advertising. You just can't. Now, I like this little article. Des, if you can just help me read that. This is very, very good.
The speaker, Josh Kaufman, author of The Personal MBA, explains that according to his research, the infamous 10,000 hours of learning anything is in fact untrue. It takes 10,000 hours to become an expert in an ultra-competitive field. But to go from knowing nothing to pretty good actually takes 20 hours, the equivalent of 45 minutes a day for a month. How? He breaks it down into 4 parts, explained below. But it should come as no surprise that if you want to learn even more, he has a book coming out on the subject. Don't let that put you off though. He's widely acclaimed and well respected by the likes of Seth Godin, Scott Belsky, and more. The path to learning. Number 1, deconstruct a skill. Decide what you actually want to be able to do. Number 2, learn enough to self-correct. Learn just enough that you can actually tell when you're making a mistake. Number 3, remove practice barriers. In other words, remove distractions. Yes, like you, internet. And number 4, practice at least 20 hours. Finally, practice for 20 hours.
HIC is that 20 hours. 20 hours in class, If you do your homework, more than 20 hours practicing, that's how you go from knowing nothing to being pretty good. Now, in 7 weeks, Sifu is not going to turn you into a copywriting expert. That's the 10,000 hours. But this, you can learn it in 20. You learn in 20, you practice 20, you go from knowing nothing to becoming pretty good. When I say pretty good, means better than most people. You're not going to be a Dan Lok copywriter, but you're going to be a decent enough copywriter that's better than most. And isn't that a great starting point? That's the goal. Sifu is not trying to teach you to be a black belt, not in HIC. I can't do that in HIC. But I'm teaching you. Think of HIC like a self-defense class, right? Where you learn self-defense. I'm not trying to teach you how to break 5 boards. I'm only teaching you enough to be better than someone who might grab your shoulder, who might try to grab your wallet, your bag, your handbag, and you can defend yourself. You don't need to be better than a black belt. You just need to be better than a guy trying to mug you. Do you see what I'm talking about? Different, right? I'm giving you enough, so go out there and make stuff happen, get shit done, get clients, get some income coming in, right? You want to learn from me more? Yeah, we have different things. We have different programs, more advanced programs on the different aspects of copywriting. But that 20 hours is what you need now just to go from nothing to pretty good. Because once you get to pretty good, now, to me, then you're ready to really go in depth to make this a career. I need you to build that self-confidence first. It's not good. I believe you can do it. I need you to believe you can do it. Make sense? Secret number 4. Never take attention for granted. One of the biggest flaws in many sales messages, the mistake that copywriters make, is the presumption that they'll be read. When you write copy, you're assuming they're going to read your message. No, they're not going to read your message. They don't want to read your message. They are distracted. They are busy. They are skeptical. So we, as a high-income copywriter, need to start with that assumption. Don't assume they want to read what you write. Assume they don't want to have anything to do with you. They don't want to read your stuff. They don't want to get to know you. They don't want anything to do with you. They don't even know you exist. Start with that. Start with that. So what does that mean? What does that mean? See, for me, made a lot of YouTube videos, and you see a lot of YouTube videos. We have some very unusual opening. Here's one, right? How money really works. And I grab 2 money guns, right? Doing an opening. Like a Chow Yun Fat Hong Kong video style, right? Now, why does he would do that? Attention. Write this down. This is one thing I've learned. Very, very important. People can give you money without first giving you their time. People can give you money without first giving you their time, meaning their attention. Most sales messages are too fucking boring. Most offers are too boring. That's why nobody buys. Could be a great product, could be a great service. The company could be around for a long time. Doesn't matter. It's boring. People are not giving you the time, they're not giving you the money. So how can you make it interesting? So I know on YouTube, I am an entertainer. I need to first entertain if I want to educate. Most educators makes no impact to the world because nobody gives a shit what they're talking about. If I want to create change, I want to elevate financial well-being globally, I don't have the emotional baggage of I need to talk like a boring old professor. Because that person has 10 students in one city. No one likes to listen to them. No one pays attention and no one implements what they teach. If I want to be a leader, if I want to be a thought leader, I want to be an educator, the first thing I need is to be an entertainer. So the passion is good. The intention is good. But if no one's paying attention, then what good are you doing? And I'm talking to you as well. For those, you have a message, you have a story you want to share. The first thing you have to figure out is how do you get attention in the marketplace before you can talk about selling. Right? So it's very key. So people have to be compelled to read. They're busy. They got other things to do. Think about what in your life, right? Don't you discard things as much as possible at every opportunity? You scroll through things, right? You delete things. You skip things. If you pay attention to everything that's coming your way, all the messages that's flowing through your life every single day, wouldn't you go insane? I would go insane. So you're filtering all the time. And human beings, we are creatures of habits. You filter what you typically filter. So to introduce a new offer, you sell something new, you got to break the habits. You got to say, hey, look, here. Oh, what? You need to grab the attention. Because people are just going through day-to-day life. They don't think about this stuff. You get cut through the noise. Yes. So even when you're writing to an audience that you know they trust you, that you have great affinity, that is responsive, you never, ever dare to assume readership. Ever. Oh yeah, they know me already. They're my customers. I don't need to use the techniques. You better be using the techniques. Never assume. Because people are distracted more so than ever. You getting this? So how do you do that? However way that you could. Whether by gigantic, irresistible promise, arousal of intense curiosity, manufacture of extreme fear, delivery of major news, clear gimmicks, or other strategy, you must stop the reader in their tracks, get her reading, then keep her reading. They can't give you money if they don't first give you their time. And that's what most copywriters, business owners don't understand. That's why they have 2 followers, 10 followers, because their shit is boring. They don't even want, their mom don't want to follow them. Like, son, I'm not going to follow. Your shit is boring, man. I don't want to know, your mom is saying, I don't want my friends to know I'm following you. You got to be interesting. Like, boring. That's the number one sin in marketing. So how do you do this, right? You got to think about in the beginning. If you say, oh, here's what I got. Nobody gives a shit. Well, here's a nice product. Nobody gives a shit. You got to grab them, right? You got to grab their attention first. And a good example, by the way, it's Sifu's red suit. Why wear the red suit? Oh man, you better believe it. I get people talking about it. Some people like it. Some people don't like it. Doesn't matter. No one forgets it. When you have multiple speakers, let's say TEDx, different speakers, all they remember the speaker in the red suit. They don't even remember my name. They remember speaker in the red suit. The guy in the red suit. How could I create any impact if I'm so forgetful? Like if people forget who I am, they forget all. How could I make any kind of impact? You first need to make like who's that guy? The minute who's that guy, that's the first step. And mostly, I hear this quite a few times. Who's that guy? I don't like that guy in the red suit. I don't like the guy in the Bentley. Who does he think he is? He is so arrogant. He seems arrogant. Well, okay. Well, maybe this video makes sense. I still don't like him. I still don't like that guy. He's in his video again. Well, this kind of makes sense. Oh, this is a webinar. Okay, maybe I join the webinar. Let's see what he's got to say. Before you know it, I have a new student. Before they know it, I changed their life. Before they know it, I changed their family's life. But that's why I argue most people who say they want to help people, they actually don't want to help people. Because they are willing to let their comfort dictate what they're willing, not willing to do to get attention. So they're actually not very much committed to helping people. They say they want to help people, but the action says no. They don't want to help people. The action says they're very self-conscious about, what will people think of me? What about this? What about that? And you look at how many people they've helped at the end of their life. How many people would say, my life has changed because of him? That's the difference. That's the difference. So don't listen to people say, they want to help people. Look at what they do. Who have they helped? Now, since I'm going to give you an example, I love this little ad. Des, if you can help me read it again. Now, here is, this is why I like to use a lot of direct mail piece, like a direct mail example or print example, because it's closing in print. And the best techniques are there from print. So here is a direct mail piece. So let me give you a little bit of context. So here's, imagine you're getting an envelope in your mailbox. You know those envelope with like a white, excuse me, white envelope with a, like a little plastic see-through, right, with the address, you know, those envelope, you know what I'm talking about, kind of like a statement. You get those, right? From, yeah, window, thank you. You get it from the bank, the statement, that kind of stuff. So imagine this is that piece. Now you just received this piece, right, this direct mail piece, and you open it up, and here's what it looks like, and here's a little offer, okay? That's
Okay. Little bit fine print here. Here we go. Okay, stop. Do not throw this check away. This check is not a joke. I've created a new program to allow homeowners to buy a new central air and heating system with no money down and as low as $23 a week. Actually, some homeowners will probably be able to buy a new system without taking money out of their pocket. I have 18 new 2011 systems in stock. 18 systems. My money sitting in boxes, taking up my warehouse space. These are fresh, premium air conditioners and heaters with full factory warranties. Here's how to benefit from my problem. In order to create a demand for these 18 units, I've negotiated a plan with my banks to give a financing program with a low interest rate as low as 4% and low monthly payments that would be irresistible to those who would normally wait until next year to install a new system. This program is the best I've seen in 30 years, and I've been in the business. Right now, you can buy a new central air conditioner and heater with no money down as low as $23 a week. St. Lucie County awarded $2.9 million in grant money to upgrade air conditioning systems. Take advantage of this 4% loan money today. If your central air system is over 10 years old, the money you save on utility costs could be enough to offset the monthly payments on your new system. Imagine that. Buy a new central heating and cooling system without taking any money out of your pocket. It's like having the electric company buy you a new air conditioner and furnace.
now pause there. A couple of things I wanted to again draw attention to. First of all, do you see the sub headline? So maybe is it possible that you skip the first headline, but you could see the offer, grant money, $2.9 million to upgrade air conditioning systems. So imagine summertime, right? It's hot as fuck. Your air conditioning is not working. It's 10 years old, 4% loan. Oh, okay. What is this thing? Now, you get this thing. It looks like a check. Does that grab your attention? Versus just here's a flyer from an air conditioning company, right? No, it's this, right? A check. Who sends me a check? You're not throwing that away. That's the first step. They cannot give you money without giving you attention. Got the attention. Here's the offer. I like the beginning. My problem is your opportunity. What? So this sounds, isn't it? It sounds good, too good to be true, right? Too good to be true. Well, I have 18 new, right, systems in stock. 18 systems. My money sitting in boxes, taking up my warehouse space. That's the reason why in influence, right? Robert Cialdini. Why are you getting a good deal? Plus, 2 reasons why. That's the first one. I've got 18 of these suckers sitting in my warehouse, taking up space. Second, grant money to upgrade air conditioning from the from the banks, right? Take advantage of this. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Keep going.
Okay. Ironclad guarantee. I'm so confident that you will save at least 25% on your cooling bills. I'm projecting more like 30% to 50%. That I will pay you double the difference if you don't the first year. There is no
Irresistible
way.
offer, right? Irresistible offer. Yes.
There is no way you can lose. If premium systems were not among the best on the market, I couldn't afford to make such a promise. Just call Seacoast anytime and we will set up an appointment for you free for your free survey. A design engineer will come and measure your home and determine the availability of the proper size and explain this new fantastic plan that I have created. No obligation. Even after we come out and explain the installation and the finance plan, there is no obligation. If you decide you don't want to take advantage of this spectacular offer, that's okay. I will give you a surprise gift worth $50 because you are kind enough to read this letter and give me a chance to solve my problem. I want you to think well of Seacoast Air Conditioning even if you don't buy. Give me a call now. Thank you for reading this rather long letter. I hope you will profit greatly because of it. For greater comfort, John V. Langle.
Quick quiz. Do you think the president wrote the copy or a copywriter wrote the copy? If I was to bet, it's a copywriter. Clearly. Except maybe the president's a copywriter. I doubt it though. Air conditioning guys, I doubt it. And you could see, let's say you don't read a single word. I want you to just pay attention to the red ink. Look at that. Let's say you're skimming through it. My problem is your opportunity. There's another remarkable advantage. Here's the best part. Here's how. Call me today. Could you see that in like 30 seconds? You know what it is. If you want to, right? Just draws attention. So he made the offer with just subheadline without reading the body copy. Again, little signature thing in blue ink. I like that. By the way, blue ink creates trust. Alan taught me that. He always uses blue ink. Right? Mine, I just print it in black. Doesn't really matter. Call me today. Not call my number. No, call me today on my personal cell phone. Well, if this guy's lying, he's not going to give away his personal cell phone number. Right? And he's got the guarantee. So it's got the personal approach. Pretty interesting, right?
Sifu, how about all those annotations? Because even when I was reading this, I thought those were just notes from, maybe when you were dissecting it. But he actually put those into his actual,
yes,
those annotations.
Yes, that's the actual copy. Yep, that's his actual copy. So direct mail, they have some of these techniques, right? Circle, underline to draw attention to certain things, right? Now, I love the offer. Here's why the offer is so brilliant. Okay, here's why the offer is so brilliant. There's no way you can lose. And I'm so confident you will save at least 25% on your cooling bills, right? Now, of course, he knows his business, no doubt. He knows 10-year-old system, new system is more efficient and all of that. But think about if you are a customer, okay? You have the guy come in, do some analysis. Now he rips out your old air conditioning heating system, puts in the new one. You don't know where the fucking thing, the old one is going. Maybe you throw it away. What are you going to do? You're going to rip it out again and put back the old one? Give me a break. Not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Think about it. It's a pain in the ass just to replace it. It's just not going to happen. So all he needs to do is to sell you on let the team come out, right? Do all that stuff. And after that, it's done. Like the close, there's no doubt in my mind. Anyone picks up the phone, their closing ratio is super high. Unless it's super high. Like I know, like you could see. So I saw a question, why blue ink? Think about back in the days. First, the blue is the color that creates the most trust. IBM blue, Dell is blue, right? So blue is a very high Facebook, right? It's a color of trust. And I'm not, this is not a design course. I'm not giving a design lesson here. But blue ink, think about before the pen, like those ink pen that we had back in the days, right? Blue. Red draws attention, but it's not good for signature. So color, it's part of it. It's not. This is not a color course. I'm not going to go into that. But color is part of psychology. By the way, you notice what's HIC's color? Duh. It's blue. A very particular kind of blue. Right? What's Instant Script's color? Blue. Now, do I always use blue? No, HTC is not blue. It's black. What is black? Prestigious, black card. Right? Mysterious, exclusive. High ticket, perfect, black. A black card. Not a yellow card, not an orange card. It's a black card. Black label. There you go. Gold, of course. It's luxury, money. Yeah. So color, it's part of the psychology, part of the marketing. Everything is copy. Right? I could probably do a 7-week course just on colors. Don't get me started. Just on brand. Right? Which I have no plan to do. I'm not going to do that. But I want to just give you enough so you know the color makes a difference in terms of influence. Here's another one. I love this one. Think about how it grabs your attention, okay? So Desmond, go ahead.
World famous street fighter will give you a free gun just to prove he can take it away from you barehanded as easy as candy from a baby. Dear friend, I want to send you a free gun. It is identical in CAD image specs to the standard military issue red style training gun. There are 2 things I want you to do when you receive it. Number 1, I want you to set the gun aside and watch the 4 videos I will also send. Number 2, then I want you to give the gun to the toughest, biggest, and most coordinated friend you have and ask him to point the gun at you and squeeze the trigger. It is important that you choose someone who is larger than you. Preferably, he should also have some skill at fighting. A black belt karate master would be perfect. Why am I asking you to do this? Because I want to prove to you that what you see on these videotapes will allow you to instantly take the gun away barehanded and put him down on the ground before he can move a muscle to squeeze the trigger. And once down, you will be able to keep him on the floor and even slap him silly if you please. You'll be in complete control. As you will see in these tapes, you do not need strength or special agility or even previous skill in fighting. You will see how even a small man, 5'5", 140 pounds, soaking wet, can easily disarm and take down a bodybuilder, 6'2", 240 pounds, trained in judo. It's an astonishing fact to learn, but it is true nevertheless. What you're about to learn are identical disarm and disable tactics used by elite US military personnel, big city SWAT teams, and high-profile security enforcement.
Now pause for a second. Do you see some similarities, this compared to the Bloomberg ad? Do you see that? That is the Wall Street inside information, the elite, same thing, right? Used by elite US military personnel, big city SWAT teams, right? High profile security enforcement. It's the same psychology. One is selling investment magazines, website to investors. One is selling a series of videotapes on self-defense against guns. It's not the thing, it is the thing that sells the thing. Think about the whole story for the first half. Has nothing to do with the product. It's not about you're going to get 4 videos, each is 56 minutes. No. It's a fascinating story curiosity that just grabs you and then not letting go and get you reading the first paragraph. I want to give you a free gun. What? And here's what I want you to do. I want you to set the gun aside, have someone point a gun to your face. Not some weak ass. Someone bigger, preferably with some skill. What? What is this thing? Right? Before you know it, it's not about the videos. It's not about any, it's just like, what? Now, this ad was running in martial art magazines like Black Belt magazines and Kung Fu magazine. So martial artists who are learning martial arts would see an ad editorial, a full page ad like this, front and center. Shocking. Now, see, can you imagine you're flipping through the Black Belt magazine and you look, talking about karate techniques and kicking and all that. Suddenly, world famous street fighter will give you a free gun. What? You see how that just stops them? It just stops them. And I like that. This is what I call a challenge headline. Write this down. It's called a challenge headline. Something to give you for free, right? Just to prove he can take it away from you, right? As easy as candy from a baby. Who the hell is this guy? Right? That's a challenge headline. Now, a challenge headline doesn't work in every category, but it works well in this context. Martial artist, right? Who thinks they're all tough, right? They're all fighters, right? Perfect. And boom, you go into that. You see the power, how, and then the picture. Look at the picture. Someone credible. An endorsement, a quote, right? You don't know who the guy is, but it's like, oh, founder and publisher of Soldier or Fortune magazine is a colonel. Wow. He's saying these tapes are pretty cool. Pretty deadly stuff. Right? Okay, all right, right? So it's like very quickly, and then of course the bullet, you go into all of that. One more. I love this one.
When my skinny doctor laughed at me, I actually threw my dress at him.
Pause. Do you see an image in your mind forming? Do you see the emotion? You don't know what the hell this is selling. You just like, what? It's like throw you in the middle of a movie, right? In the middle of action. What? Who's this guy? Who's the doctor? Who's sewing dress at who? What's going on? Keep going.
When you're fat, I mean really fat, a lot of women like to stand near you. Apparently, it makes them feel thin.
Oh, pause.
No?
Oh my God. The first paragraph. You want to talk about twisting the knife. Lady, like, damn. Like, that's pretty bossy. That is like pretty bossy here, right? It's like talking about making you feel bad, like a double punch, right? Like when you're fat, no, I mean really fat. A lot of women like to stand near you. Apparently makes them feel fuck, right? Keep going.
Hello, my name is Jesse Travis. You don't know me from Adam, but I'm a real person. I live near Pendley Hills, Georgia. And up until 2 years ago, I was the fat lady that everyone wanted to stand next to.
Pause now. This is great. Okay? This is great because the first paragraph, it's quite offensive. Right? It's like a gut punch, right? Now you're thinking this person's an asshole. Right? Who the hell is Jessica? Right? But immediately transitions into personal. I'm a real person just like you. Relate. I was the fat lady. See, so from here, like immediately, right? Being vulnerable. I love that. Keep going.
I was too tired to go out with my friends at night. I was even embarrassed to go out on weekends by myself. I waddled when I walked. I sweat when I ate. I wore anything loose that would hang straight down and wouldn't cling. I wasn't just overweight, I was fat. I was 5'4" and weighed 204 pounds. I went to my doctor for help, but I wasn't optimistic. I've tried 14 different diets, one by one, and I failed at all of them. My doctor listened carefully and recommended an entirely different program. This wasn't a diet. It was a unique new weight loss program researched by a team of bariatric physicians, specialists who treat the severe obese. The program itself was developed by James Cooper, MD of Atlanta, Georgia. I started the program on January 22nd. Within the first 4 days, I only lost 3 pounds. So I was disappointed. This new program must be the best kept secret in America because up till now, it's only been available to doctors, no one else. In fact, the Clinic 30 program has been used by 142 doctors in the US and Canada to treat more than 9,820 patients. So it's doctor tested and proven. This is the first time it's been available to the public. There are other benefits too. There are no amphetamines, no drugs of any kind.
Now pause. I want to remind you back to the Bloomberg ad. Okay, I'm gonna read two chunks. First chunk. Until now, only investment professionals had access to the tremendous power of Bloomberg. But now, thanks to a new Bloomberg Personal magazine, you can too. This new program must be the best kept secret in America because up until now, it has only been available to doctors, no one else. How come I've seen this before? That looks familiar in two different niches. What about this one? In fact, the Clinic 30 program has been used by 142 doctors in the US and Canada to treat more than 9,820 patients. More than 75,000 brokers, money managers, and top investors around the world pay up to $1,500 a month for these tools. But now you too can draw upon the sum of the same resources free. Are you learning this? Are you paying attention? It is the same It is the same. Selling an investment website, selling weight loss. It's the same. Now, then it goes into bullet. We won't read the whole thing, but one thing I want to draw your attention to is personal story startup first. Not think this copy could easily start off with the thing at the headline, right? Talking about how to lose weight, talking about something, their direct pitch. No, it's a story right from the get-go because weight loss is a very competitive market. So use a story to captivate your attention first, and then you go into what the thing actually is. See, all the science, all the stuff comes after. And I like how within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th paragraph already, right? This wasn't a diet because the reader is thinking, here we go, here's another diet. No, this is not a diet. Oh, it's not a diet. It answers the question that they are thinking. See if the readers notice this too. Does it make it less powerful since it's repetitive, or no, because it's proven? Well, Jody, let me ask you the question. Do you notice it? So Steve had to point it out in order for you as a copywriter to fucking notice it. What do you think the average person? They don't, they're in the matrix. Then there's no fucking clue. Right? They would not know. And even if they do, it doesn't matter because it is an emotional. See if it's a copywriter, a pretty damn good one. And it still works on me. Because we buy because of emotions. And when justified with logic. Salespeople still close me. Marketers still close me. And I like it. Even I know they're doing it. I like it. I appreciate it, in fact. I appreciate that's a good offer, right? I like that. Especially, okay, put it this way. How many of you now, you've been learning from Sifu for a few weeks, right? You learn more about copywriting, right? You learn kind of how the psychology. How many of you actually who've been with me for more than a year, just those who've been with more than a year, you actually appreciate Sifu's marketing even more after you're a student, not before, after, right? You see the emails. You will see the offer. You will see, wow, that's awesome. That's great, right? That's so well crafted. Like that's great thinking goes behind it. That's it. Even though you are a professional copywriter, you even appreciate it even more. So it's the same. It's the same. Like Sifu buys all kinds of stuff because sometimes I just appreciate the pitch. Like I just appreciate the pitch. It's great. It's a great pitch. Here's some money. Good job. I don't need it. I like the pitch. It's great. And you will get to that stage as well. Because as a copywriter, as a closer in print, you would get to appreciate these things. You would be like, wow, that's nice. They put in your copy vault, right? And you want to buy all kinds of stuff because you want to study all kinds of marketers and marketing people and copywriters. I love to buy stuff, right? All kinds of programs, all kinds of things. I want to see. I tell my team, buy that. I just want to see the funnel. What's the next step? What's the next step? Just go through that. I want to see the funnel. People with scarcity mindset, oh, I don't want to spend money. Oh, that's why they don't get anything. Right? I love to see the funnel. I want to see. I know for a fact, I have HIC students who bought the Unlock It book from Amazon. They saw the Unlock It book funnel, the free book funnel. They buy the book again because they want to see the funnel. Right? They want to see the first page, the second, right? There you go, Lisa, right? You want to see the funnel. The second step, the upsell, how that all that works. You just want to see it to learn it. See who does the same thing. I do the same thing all the time. Right? You already have the book. but you want to see the thing that sells the thing, which you're learning now. It's not the thing, it's the thing that sells the thing. You want to see the process, right? You want to see how that works. It's powerful, right? Sometimes I read Alan's copy. I'm like, I want to buy that. It's from like so many years ago, but 90s. Like, I want to buy this. Can I buy this thing? Like, it's cool. The copy is so good, right? Like, I wish I could go back and actually attend the event because it's so good from so many years ago, right? And which is great. That's what a great copywriter does. The power, right? Yes, I want to join Ring. I don't even live in Canada. That's perfect, right? Right? It's exactly it. That's exactly it. So, who is your prospect? He's your prospect. Now, don't tell me to just do it. Can't just someone else just do it? That is a prospect. He doesn't want to move. He's distracted. He procrastinates. How is your offer compelling enough? Are you making an offer that's irresistible enough to get Homer Simpson to take action? And I don't care if they're Wall Street Journal readers. I don't care if they're bankers. I don't care if they're CEOs. I don't care if they are stay-at-home mom. It makes no difference. They don't want to read your stuff. They don't want to act. They don't want to change. So when you're writing copy, just imagine that's who you're writing to. You see how that puts you in a different perspective? You're expecting people like to read your stuff. No, they don't want to read your stuff. They are finding every possible reason not to read your stuff. Unless you give them a very, very compelling reason to. Who's getting this? Put in the chat. Who's overwhelmed? Okay. Hang in there, right? It is overwhelming class. I get it. So make sure, go back. Listen to it again. There's a lot. There is actually a lot. Persuasion secret number 5 is the typo. Secret number 5. Prove your case every way you can. Oh, by the way, sometimes when you write copy, you can have typos. There are always typos in my copy. Don't worry about it. Because it's not about writing. We're not trying to win a writing contest. We're trying to win the selling contest. It's okay. Like, see, we're having a typo take away the experience, take away from your learning? No. Yeah, Patrick, is perfect. It's an extra secret. So don't worry, like, especially, how many of you are perfectionist? I'm talking into the emerald here, the perfectionist. Yeah, you're trying to get every word perfectly, right? Everything. No, send the damn thing out. Send it out. Okay, don't, especially, right? Nowadays, just get it out there. Just get it out there, right? You try to do. I was talking with the B2B team, and I saw some of the emails. I think I was sharing with. I think it was Raphael. I know Raphael was listening. I said, "No, this is too formal." I said, "This is too proper, right?" I want it to be more conversational, right? I want it to be you're talking to a buddy, right? Just talk to a buddy. You don't talk to a buddy like that. So why would you write it like that? And it's funny because the most of the the heavy hitters that I talk to, right? You'll be shocked how I talk to them. Like heavy hitters, CEO, big company, major company, right? Billionaire. I talk to them like they're like freaking college friend. Hey, dude, bro, what's up? That's how I text them. I'm telling you. I know Mr. Mr. Smith, after careful consideration. No, bro, what's up? Seriously. Yes. Well, I would like to make an appointment with the sister. No. When are we jumping on a call? Want to jump on a call? That's it. Personal. The people. Literally, I'll talk to all of them like that. That's the art of connecting. You talk to him like a brother, they talk to you like a brother. That's what it is. I was just talking last week, right? Someone I haven't connected, a CEO of a public company. Okay, I'm gonna try to find the message here. Okay, this is on the fly. Okay, CEO of a public company. What did I say? Let me see. I'm gonna hold on. Okay, here's my thing. Brother, what are you up to? That's my opening. What are you up to? And he was telling me about he's raising a round of capital, blah, 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 interesting stuff. And then at the end, it say, hey, after you talk he's talking to his, after your meeting, let's jump on board jump on a Zoom next week, right? That's it. Personal. You're making it way too complicated, mentee. You understand? You're making it way too fucking complicated. You got a sales prevention department going. That's how I talk to them. And that's how you close big deals. That's how big deals gets fucking done. Yes, contract, all that. Let the lawyer deal with that shit. Personal relationship. That's how you close a $5-10 million deal. So secret number 5. Prove your case every way that you can. If you're talking to Homer Simpson, if you're assuming they don't trust you, they don't even like you. So what do you need to do? What other people say about you is infinitely more powerful than what you can say about yourself. What other people say about you is infinitely more powerful than what you can say about yourself. Because when you say you're so good, I'm so awesome, my product is phenomenal, right? Of course you want to say that. You're trying to make a sell. You're trying to make a sell. You don't want to do that. What we want to do is let other people say good things about us versus we saying good things about ourselves. So if you're making an offer, if you can make the offer so powerful with so much proof, people would still buy. Sometimes they don't even know what it is, because the overwhelming amount of proof. There's a speaker that I know. He's a motivational speaker, okay? And successful one. You know how most speakers, they have what I call a speaker kit, meaning they've got, back in the days, like a demo like tape. They've got a bunch of brochures, maybe a book that they've written, that kind of stuff. So whenever an organizer say, hey, I want you to speak at my event, most speakers, professional speakers, they would mail them a speaker kit. You understand that, right? Kind of like a box. So what this motivational speaker does very differently, and usually the conversion is not that good, but this motivational speaker, every single time someone say, hey, I'm interested in hiring a speaker, we're considering you, what he does, he has a stack, about 500 of these, reference letters, testimonial, right? Like this. He would just put a wristband around it, put it in a FedEx box, and he would FedEx it to them. So the organizer gets this. You see 500 testimonials, reference letters, events he's booked at. He's hired. Doesn't matter what talk. Everybody's talking about, hey, I could speak on motivation. I can motivate your team. I can do this. This guy just go directly into the outcome. Raving reviews from all these event organizers, how phenomenal he is and how smart they are for making a decision, bring him to the company. Right? Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. That's his speaker kit. I love that. Nothing fancy, black and white, just like that. Just can you imagine? Drop a box. What is this? After you go through, well, he's awesome. He's awesome. After you go through 5 pages of this, like this is ridiculous. Just hire the guy. I don't need to read 495 pages of this stuff, right? There's a lot of power. So when you are constructing, what's the word? Constructing your sales message. Think of yourself as almost like a defending lawyer, right? In the court. And you're thinking about how you can present your case. Think about your sales message, constructing it. You're presenting a case. Presenting a what? A case. So how do you do that? There's 7 ways to build proof. 7 ways to build proof. Let me think. The Bloomberg ad. 7 reasons why Bloomberg Personal is the world's most essential wealth building tool. I wonder, why does Steve use 7? Why not 2? Why not 3? Because 7 is a magic number. "27 Secret Strategies of Wall Street's Biggest Winners." My first book, Influence, Psychological Tactics, 27 Psychological Tactics. That's right. 7 things poor people do that the rich don't. Now, it could be 3, could be 5, could be 9, but 7 is a very powerful number. I won't go into all the psychology, all that, because again, it's a whole different conversation. For now, just take Sifu's word. In marketing, 7 is a very powerful number. Yes, 7 habits of highly effective people. Can you imagine? 20 habits of highly effective people, 4 habits of highly effective people, or 7 habits of highly effective people. Sometimes these things, okay, mentee, listen to me. Sometimes these things, you don't even need to know why it fucking works. They just work. Just use them. Like, don't overanalyze this shit too much. Right? Oh, sometimes, yeah, you want to know why it works. It just works. Just use it. Why people do certain things, people just do certain things. And you know how it's like, doesn't matter. They do certain things. And you apply those strategies, they would take action. You will be able to persuade influence. So, testimonials from customers. Testimonials from customers. It's like gravity, right? You drop something, it's going to drop on the floor. Explain gravity to me, please. Can you just explain it to me? Who cares? You drop something, it falls. Right? How about your light switch? How come you turn on the light and the light works? Can you explain to me how the electricity, the wires and the grid and the generator? No. What you need to do as a high-income copywriter, where's the fucking switch? Let me flip it on. Most people in school spend way too much fucking time trying to figure out the grid, the generator, without finding the switch. You with me? That's why they're broke. I'm teaching you. Not even teaching. I'm saying, that's the switch. Flip it. Don't look. There you go. There. Like I'm shining it with the like freaking light. There you go. Flip it. Damn it. Right? But then you ask him, oh, but Sifu, tell me how it works. Why is it a dimming light? Why is it not a like quick switch? Why is it a circle? Why is it not square? Just flip the switch, please. Number 2, testimonials from industry expert. Testimonials from industry expert. Did you see some of those from the Bloomberg ad, right? You saw it from the weight loss ad too. You see that from the gun ad too, right? Before and after pictures. I love this. Before and after, extremely powerful, especially any kind of product that showcase a good, like a skincare product, a weight loss product. Awesome. It showcases very well. It showcases very well. Testimonials. We have thousands. We have a page. We had a page. We're not even using, it's just because it's too overwhelming. HTC, we had a page with testimonial. I think it was like, what is it, 30, 40 pages. Full pages of testimonials and a YouTube channel. And there's so much. Some we haven't even uploaded. It's too much. You want to overwhelm people with proof. You just want to overwhelm people with proof, right? Industry expert from Brian Tracy. Is Brian Tracy an icon in sales? Yes or no? Written how many books? Been teaching sales his entire life, right? Father of the psychology of selling, the cassette tapes, which I have, right? And Brian Tracy says Steve is one of the best in the world, perhaps the best in the world today. Is that an endorsement? Is that powerful when it comes to copywriting, right? And then you have the whole YouTube channel with nothing but testimonial. Who has a YouTube channel with testimonials? Right? You want to make it so ridiculous. You want to make it like, yeah, one or two. I'm telling you, I have like trolls saying that, oh, those testimonials are fake. Those are not real people. Like they're saying, like those trolls, they're saying you're not real. You're not actually my student. Like you don't exist. The trolls, right? It's just like, it's funny as fuck. I have trolls saying that my Bentley is green screen. No joke. They say my Bentley video, I don't have the car. It's like CGI. It's a special effect. No joke. I'm telling you, right? It's like I hear the most ridiculous thing. It's so funny. I laugh because it's so funny, right? You know? And then there's, oh no, you know, I know. There's someone say, I rent that car for a day and I make 100 videos out of it. Right? Seriously. I'm like, I rent it for a day and I make 100 videos out of it. Now that's a pretty good use, right? Even I showed I got my license plate. No, that's like special effect. That's not his license plate. In the meantime, I got the car in the garage. I barely drive. I don't even give a shit. Right? It's like hilarious. But people are funny. Because people who don't believe, people who they have certain preconceived ideas, you can't change them. You just can't change them. Doesn't matter. Like they always find something, right? And I'm like, if anyone with common sense, if it's green screen, wouldn't it cost more to actually do the green screen and special effect and after effect than actually getting the real car. Like, it doesn't even fucking make sense. Like, it doesn't even fucking make sense. It's just crazy, right? So I laugh at those things, right? And I love to see how they think. And I had, oh my goodness, I had people saying that before, when I upload a little bit less videos, they say I have some like rumors. Oh, I had like, oh man, Dan got the COVID-19. He's fucking dying here. I'm like, where's that come from? I'm serious. Yeah, it's all kinds of stuff. It's like they comment in a way that the trolls, like, they know me very well when in fact they don't know anything about me, right? But they talk like, oh yeah, like they talk. It's like, what? That's not even what it is at all. It's funny. When it comes to testimonials, always get testimonials at every chance that you get. You can never have You can never have too many testimonials. Write this down. You can never have too many testimonials. So never ever stop gathering testimonials. The more personal, the better. So think of every testimonial either to cover one of the benefit. Write it down. I'm giving you a very key tip on getting testimonial, especially when you're writing copy, right? To cover benefit or to handle an objection. So example, it's one thing to say, let's say in HIC and for HIC program, if I was to present a case, one of the biggest objections people would have about learning copywriting is I am not a writer. Isn't it true? I'm not a writer. I don't know how to write. It's one of the biggest objections. Although it's not a logical objection. It's not a logical objection. Why? Because who is born a writer? Which baby is born a writer? You tell me. Give me a name. Like, it is not a logical objection, and all objections are not logical. Your lower self objection is not logical either, by the way. It seems logical to you, but you dissect it, it makes no sense. So if no one's born a writer, so how could you say I'm not a writer? Nobody is. You learn to be a writer. Isn't it true? So how could there be an objection? You're not born a writer, you learn to be a writer, but I'm not a writer, so I'm not going to invest. Okay. So I could try to convince, but instead, isn't it more powerful? I showcase, here's a testimonial from one of my students who actually, he's not a writer. In fact, English is not his or her first language, right? Immigrant, never done any kind of writing before, ever. Don't know anything about copy. And here's her story. And I let her tell the story. And then I show another story. I show another story. I show another story. Oh, I guess I don't need to be a writer to do this. This is a learnable skill. I could develop this skill. So you see, you're using the testimonial to handle the objection versus trying to convince. You don't want to convince. You let your testimonial do the heavy lifting. Then you go back and present your offer, right? Are you getting this? Is this useful? Because this is one of Sifu's secret weapon. I use testimonials very, very well because I'm constantly looking for them. Although I'm the one that needs the least amount of test. I have more. I have so much, I don't even know what to do with them, but I'm still collecting them. Right? So testimonial to handle objection or to talk about, to elevate and enhance that benefit. Meaning you say, hey, this thing is going to give you this kind of benefit. Well, how do I know you're not lying to me? Testimonial. Oh, this person uses this, benefit. This person's used the product, benefit. Besides testimonial, other ways to build proof, you could use screenshots, checks, if it's money related type products, programs, services, deposits, income statements, okay, awards, credentials, facts, statistics, publicity. You see how it's different forms of proof? It's not just testimonial. So testimonial, it's yes, one form of social proof from your customer, from your client, but there are other types of social proof. And ideally, you want to use a lot of them, not just one or two things, right? For example, how Sifu uses it, because I can only share with my own case study, right? Business Insider, Forbes, article, right? Fox News, people, you show. Oh wow, Forbes News, insiders, right? All these credibility pieces. TEDx talk, TEDx speaker, twice, opening speaker, credibility, right? Student, not just the post, but deposit $21,000 as a result of what I teach, right? Boom. Same thing, like numbers, testimonial. Award. So I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I'm just gonna read the part where among the top winners of Gold Stevie Awards are MSL Group, IBM USA. You heard that company? Thai Life Insurance, Dental Education. Right? Executive of the Year, Internet News Media, and also in the advertising, marketing, publicity category. You can never have too much proof, because people are skeptical. They're funny. They're looking for reasons not to buy. They're not looking for reasons to buy. They're looking for reasons not to buy. Fear. And not just awards, about awards for my students, right? Creating six figures, 7-figure closers, helping them, elevating them. So think about not just awards from your client, but how else they're creating success stories. Depends on what they sell, right? There's so much. I mean, here's another one, right? For elites, business elites 40 under 40, right? Recognizing as one of the 40 most successful, ambitious young business leaders in North America. On and on, I got award after award after award. Who cares? But when you're presenting a case, it's like a panel of judges, right? One of them would connect. One of them would be that testimonial or that piece of proof. That's what kind of helps them to overcome that skepticism and say, okay, I'm going to take action. Does that make sense? Right? Exactly, like the jury in court. Again, persuasion secret number 6. Don't get creative. Don't get creative. Unless and until you've written copy for years and years, I mean a lot. So that your subconscious has internalized all the disciplines and checklists and all those kind of ideas and strategies. You should consciously, what's the word? Consciously follow a step-by-step system and go through the same steps in the same order every time. Creativity is vastly overrated, especially for very important things like piloting an aircraft. Do you want, okay, let's say you got on a plane. Do you want your pilot to say, you know what? Today I'm going to get very creative. I'm not going to follow the checklist. I'm just going to kind of fly and see what happens. Now, what are you going to do as a passenger? You're like, get me out of here. Right? You're freaking out. What about you open you knock on wood, you're about to have open heart surgery. Your surgeon walks in before they put you to those put you to sleep. And they're like, I've been practicing for 20 years, but today I feel very creative. I'm gonna open your chest, cut your bone in a different way. Right? I'm just gonna get creative here. What are you gonna do? You get out of there. Same thing, you run. So when you're writing sales copy, don't get creative. I don't want you to be creative until you've done it for years. Years. I mean, literally years. Not 1 or 2 years, years. Then you can be creative. Before that, I don't want you say, put in a chat, Sifu, I'm not going to be creative. I promise. I'm not going to be creative. Do not get creative. Not the time to be creative when you're writing copy. So what you want to do, you use a software. Because in the software, Sifu was laid out step by step, something that I use religiously for years. Every copywriter I know, every good one, has a sequence of things that she does in the same order each and every time. If you want to be prolific and fast, creativity causes time. So copywriting, write this down. It is not a creative activity. It's the biggest myth. Copywriting, it is not a creative activity. Say with me, copywriting is not a creative activity, and you should never approach that as a creative activity. It is a mechanical activity. There's steps, there's sequence that you should follow. When people say, I'm a very creative writer, you are broke. Don't tell me you're creative. Because it means every single time you just kind of see how it feels and fly by the pants. I don't want to write it like that. I want someone who's mechanical. Consistent revenue, man. That's it. Like, you don't want a creative pilot. You don't want a creative heart surgeon. Why do you want a creative copywriter? Tell me how you're going to use something that has worked in the past, how you're going to tweak it, come up with a big idea, use proven structure efficiently, and crank out copy that produces revenue. That's what I want to hear. Wouldn't you want to hear that if you're a business owner? Do you want them to say, I'm gonna try a few things here. Yeah, I'm gonna experiment. Don't experiment with my money. Experiment with other people's money. Right? Proven strategies, chunks of copy, stitching it together, smoothing out the rough edges and the weird spots, getting it all in one distinctive voice. That is HIC. Do you get it? That's HIC. That's the shortcut. Don't go the slow, long way. This is the shortcut. Because in a creative activity such as painting, yes, you want to start with a blank piece of paper in copywriting. If you start with a blank piece of paper, see if it's choking you. Why? Like, I'll be like the Jackie Chan smacking your head. Why are you starting with a blank piece of paper? Where do you learn that from? Please don't say you learned from me. Right? Yeah, Sifu Wing Chun you. Wing Chun the shit out of you. That's what it's like, the Bruce Lee. Don't think, feel. Don't get creative. Follow the steps. Follow the steps, right? When you're using instant scripts, remember what you see? This is the structure. You got headline, you got email subject line, you got opening, you got story, sentence starters, story starters, do the bullet, do the copy, do the subheadline, copy connector, right? Questions, cliches, do the testimonial, do the bonus guarantee, call to action. What else do you need? What else do you need? That's the structure of any sales message. It just depends on how much or how little you use. And then look at that. It got fucking 1,000 headlines. What more do you need? I like the how-to. I like that you're about to discover. I like that here's how to quickly drag and drop, boom, boom, boom. I go to the next chunk, email. I go to the next chunk, sentence starters. You copy and paste, click, click, click. You work off of something, a structure that already works. It always works. Oh, and wait till you see in about a month, the new version. It blow you away. It looks nothing like this, by the way. Nothing like this. Not like this at all. It's not going to be like this. Now you see, it's nothing like this. Because I'm taking the feedback from the users, from my students. Right? And you see, with adding editor, you can save your work. You can open up different document. So you can have 10, 20 pieces of copy going at the same time. You see, all just drop down. It's cool. It is very, very cool. So you won't even need to scroll. Yeah. Saving the work all in one place. You can jump. You're working email, you can jump to a landing page, and then you can jump back to an email. Yep. You can work on 10, 20 pieces of copy at the same time, and it will save all in one place. James is asking, how should I practice using instant scripts? See if we'll give you the assignment by the end of this class. Yeah, we're adding some pretty cool things. So you see, and it's a tool. And that's a student, this is a tool that I created really for you. Because I know the swipe file, all of those. I just take these things, all the swipe file I've collected, right? We organize, and I put it in here. So you don't need to take the headline, collect the swipe file. You should still collect swipe file, but then you need to take the headline and put it into your Word doc, and then you kind of print it out, and then you got to go through. This is the old way of doing it. Versus technology. That's the beauty. Using tool to be able to write faster. Why do you want to write faster, by the way? You make more money. You can take on more gigs. You're taking more gigs. David Ogilvy said it best. If it doesn't sell, it isn't creative. I love this quote. It's not about creativity. It's about selling. He gets it. Right? One of the brightest marketers ever lived. Genius. Genius. So you don't need to be a creative genius. You don't have to come up with one original idea after another. You're way better off taking what's proven to work and then tweaking it. Take what's proven to work, tweak it. Your job is to bring in customers and sales in whatever way possible. And customers always the genius. You and I were not the genius. Customers. Why we do the ninja technique, let the customer tell us how to sell them. If your customer is using sales, you use sales. If your customer is using revenue, you use revenue. If your customer is using profit, you use profit. Use the exact words that they are thinking, and you use those. right? You mimic their language. Because you might think it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So remember this. Let's do a quick reminder. What are the four hats you need to wear? What's the first one? Psychologist, strategist, researcher, and wordsmith, right? And wordsmith. So that's the four we need to be as a high income copywriter. So what is the writing formula? Here's the writing formula. Every single time when you write copy, you go through 4 steps. How many steps? 4. Not 40, not 80, 4. Can you handle 4? 4 steps you go through. Slow way. Here's a typical scenario. When a writer, when a writer's working, getting gigs, a client hires you. You sit down to write an email, a landing page, an order page, an ad. You spend days making a list, telling people how neat the product is, the service is, how long they've been in business, how great the service or product support is, how well trained the staff is, all this stuff, and no one buys shit. I know some of my students have done it. Who's done this before? Right? Be honest. If Siva's going to coach you on this. Slow way. Great copywriting starts with research. Great copywriting starts with what? Research. How many of you believe research takes time? Not true. From now on, I want you to think of research. Research saves time. It doesn't take time. It saves time. Because it saves you a lot of writing time. It saves you from promotion that doesn't work. It saves you from wasting money on ads that don't perform. It saves you trying to figure out and guess what people's pain points is, the hot buttons are. It saves you from like, how do I come up with 50 headlines trying to come up with something good? You've done your research. It won't take you as long to come up with something good. So a lot of copywriters, they look at research. See if I don't want to do research. I just want to write. It's like you want to chop down a tree, right? Abraham Lincoln said, you're going to chop down a tree, spend 80, 90% of your time sharpening that axe. Then you can chop down that tree quicker. You write much quicker and you get better results. Sifu, what is general or reasonable turnaround time for projects? I know the specifics will work out, but when we get to just asking for a general idea, okay, good question. When you're working with client in the beginning, I want you to almost under-promise. So if you know you're a little bit slower, you know you're going to get it done, let's say you can do an email in an hour, let's say an hour, okay? Don't promise an hour, promise 2 days. Unless the client needs it urgently. So give yourself that time. If you think it's going to take you 5 days, say 2 weeks. Say 2 weeks. Because in the beginning, you will be slower. Because you're learning this, right? You will be a little bit slower. That's okay. Okay. One thing I learned from my Sifu, a martial art, a lesson, my Sifu taught me this. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. So he would train us purposely to move slower because that's how we correct our techniques. When you do it right, when you're efficient, naturally it's fast. And same in copy. In the beginning, do a little bit slower. That's okay. Better to do it right? Do it good. And then naturally, so you're not speeding up because you're trying to speed up. You're speeding up because you just become better, right? So do it slow. Do it slow. Feel the mechanics, right? Like a punch. Feel the mechanics. Feel the movement. So got to know your prospect. What makes them buy? So here's the 4 steps. Market comes first. Strategy comes second. Offer comes third. Copy comes last. Say that one more time. Market comes first. Strategy comes second. Offer comes third. Copy comes last. Now, how many of you just jump right into copy? You're not clear about the market. You're not clear about the strategy. You're not even clear about the offer. You just jump into copy. And I used to do that. So don't feel bad. See, we used to do that too. A lot. Just jump into copy. Oh man, let me jump into the headline. Let's do the headline. No, don't do that. No, please. Learn from my mistake, please. Don't do that. Market comes first. Strategy comes second. And that's why research saves time, because when you get the first piece right, the second piece is a lot faster. The third piece is a lot faster. The fourth is even faster. So the writing actually takes very little time. And when you use, let's say, instant scripts to do the writing, you can crank it out so fast. The writing actually is the easy. That's the easy part. So market always comes first, meaning who you're selling to, how are you going to sell to them, what are you selling to them, then how are you going to communicate that? Did you get that? Do you want me to say it one more time? Okay. Who are you selling to? Who are you selling to? Market. Who are you selling to, right? How are you going to sell to them? Are you going to put it on a Facebook ad? Is it a chatbot? Is it email? How are you going to sell to them? That's your strategy, right? What are you selling them? In exchange of money. That's the offer, right? How are you going to communicate that message? That's your copy. So it goes back to this. That's the formula. Your psychologist, that's your market. You got to be able to read the market. Strategist, that's the strategy. Researcher, so you can create that compelling offer. Wordsmith, that's your copy. That's HIC, that's the blueprint. It's the formula who you need to be, is what you need to do, and the same 4 steps you need to follow. It's all one thing. They're not forced to like 3 separate things. They're actually one thing. They are who you need to be. They are what you need to do consistently to get good. They are also the steps you follow to write good copy. I used to have a long list of like steps, many steps to write copy. Now, simple, 4. Now, there are mechanics within the copywriting component, Wordsmith. I'm going to teach you all that. The truth is, you don't need me to teach you all that. You got a software to do it. But the first few pieces. Steve, how would you advise for research on content writing? Is it okay to take content from other articles? You cannot take content word for word from other articles, but you can get ideas from it. Get ideas from it. You could. So step 1, your intimate knowledge of the market you serve is more important than all of the specific tricks and techniques added together. The more you understand the marketplace, the more you're going to get paid. CV has intimate knowledge in certain market. I'm very, very good selling to business owners. I'm very, very good at selling skills, right? So there's certain markets I have intimate knowledge, and you will too. You will not be able to be good at everything. Now, in the beginning, you want to be explorer. You want to experiment with different market, but later on, you will have very specific knowledge about what people want. And copywriters who make the most money are those with the most intimate knowledge of the people they're selling to. Remember the story I shared with you, the keto average cart value, right? That copywriter has a very, very deep understanding, intimate knowledge about that market. And that's why he could spend a day, 8 hours and make, $50 some $1,000. They're just words, but they're not just words because he understands the market. He's a phenomenal strategist. He tweaked the offer because he's done his research. He knows the market. And the words is just an expression of that, not the words. And they understand the unconscious emotional reasons, what causes people buy or don't buy or rebuy. Very powerful. So question is, ask me the question. So Sifu, how do you understand the marketplace? How do you understand the market? Here's what you do. These are questions that you ask, okay? What keeps the market awake at night? What are they scared of? What are they suffering from? Think about that, right? What is that daily experience? What trends is happening in the marketplace? Does the marketplace have its own vocabulary? Does the investment world have its own vocabulary? Yes or no? Yeah. What do they secretly desire? I love this question. What do they secretly desire? Mark Twain said it best. There are two reasons people buy. One reason number one is the reason they say why they buy, and then the real reason. You and I want to figure out the real reason. Not why they say they buy it. No. We need to get deep of why they buy. Right? Is there age, sex, race, etc. biases? You better believe it. Remember, have you heard of the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? It's the dumbest thing there is. It's a stupid statement. Because as a human being, that's all we do. In fact, research shows we make judgment about a person like about 500 judgment or more the first second we meet someone, subconsciously. It's how we are wired. It's in our DNA. It's our survival instinct back in the caveman, cavewoman days. Hey, that's a deer. We can eat that. That's a tiger. We should run. That's all we do. We judge things, people all day, every day. That's why it's so stupid. Oh, don't judge. Are you fucking kidding me? It's like saying don't breathe oxygen. That's all we do. It's like, oh, don't discriminate people. That's all we do. Don't put people in categories. That's all we do. It's in our DNA. It's dumb. They can say whatever they want. They can be politically correct. But that's what we do. We compare. We judge. Even those who don't say they do, they judge. So these are the questions. These are the questions. Now, in the beginning, right, when I was a copywriter working with clients, making six-figure, I had some questions. I'm going to give you some examples. I won't go into all that. I'm going to give examples. Questions that I don't use them all, but I want to give you an example of questions that I would ask sometimes about the marketplace or ask about the clients. Okay, would that be helpful? Just to give you some examples. Okay. Let's say I'm talking to a client. I would ask, for your customers, what are the specific results or benefits you provide the people who buy from you? Please give me as many personal, tangible, or quantifiable results as possible. Is that a powerful question? When you're sitting down with a client for a project, right? Do we have testimonials? If you have some with hard numbers, quantifiable information, and full identification of the person giving it, please send it to me. To guide you, here's some examples. I'll ask them. Here's a couple more. List 2 short key phrases that describe exactly what you offer in about 16 words or less. What's your single most marketable, unique, competitive advantage? You see how deep these questions are? This is not some fucking service level shit. This is some deep, very carefully crafted question. It makes you think. By the way, you're going to start a business, you better ask yourself these questions. You don't know all these answers, don't start a business. Okay. So I don't have time to go through. There are 24 specific questions that I use when I write for clients when I was making 6 figures as a copywriter. I just gave you just some example, right? You're gonna do your own, you're gonna create your own, but just to give an example. Questions. You see the question how it works when you do a research. Good. Yes. Interview. Yes. Correct. Good. 24 is a magical number. It's not a magical number because when I crafted it, it had 24. Marcus, where can we get one of those? danlockshop.com. No, you don't need to go to danlockshop.com. Siva has created this for you. I'm going to gift to you. That's my gift. So you'll be able to download this. My proprietary copywriting questionnaire is not for sale anywhere. Anywhere. Okay. So you get the PDF of this after class. You can use with clients. You can use some of it. You can use all of it. Would be also helpful if you actually take on a big client and have them fill out some of these things. That will help you. Happy? Good. Good. I like to make you happy. Good. Use it. Don't just download and put in a folder. Use it. Step 2, strategist. Your overall marketing strategy must come before copy. Why? Tell me why. Why does your marketing strategy have to come before copy? That's right. If we know who we're selling to, how are we going to get our message, our offer in front of them, right? In what way? Is it a webinar? Is it an ad? Is it a landing page? Is it a long sales page? Is it a video sales letter? What is the strategy here, right? Like what is it? So strategy could include developing the most powerful, persuasive big idea, right? I would love to do a class in the future on big idea, but it's hard because it's a very complex thing. It goes more into the black belt category. It's not a self-defense class because it is probably one of the most advanced thing I need to teach. And we actually used to teach a little bit of that in HIC 1.0. And I just found that so many HIC students, it's more confusing than helpful. It's just more confusing than helpful. So I think maybe in the future that we can do a class on that, just on that big idea. But I want you to get some practice, kind of get it going, get some clients first before I teach you more advanced, because it is advanced. When I teach it to you now, it would sound very great, but you will not be able to do it. And I hate that. Like, oh, sounds great. Like, give you different examples. Here's big idea. But by the end of the class, if you cannot come up with a big idea on your own, what good does it do? Like, then I feel like Steve was doing you a disservice. than helping you. I don't want that, right? So I would rather you take some action first, then later on when you can truly implement the big idea, then I give you that, then you can implement. I probably break into chunks. I don't know how I'm going to teach it yet, but it needs to be like a chunking thing where maybe I teach you some, you go implement, come back. Not going to be a week. It's going to be like maybe like 3-4 weeks. They say a month, right? And then come back and I kind of break into three chunks. I could see that might work best. Yeah, kind of like Patty, kind of like story secrets. It needs to be that kind of teaching. Okay, that kind of teaching. Otherwise, yeah, I want to teach you this piece. I don't have a good idea of what's the best way to do this yet, but I'll think about it. Okay, I promise you, I'll think about it, how that would work. Because it is an important piece. How do you tap into that big ocean, like blue ocean, right? How do you come up with that category? Yeah. Having a solid understanding of all available media you can use to reach the best prospects in your market. How do you reach them? Is it Google? Is it Instagram? Is it Facebook? Is it article? Which one works best and why? So that's step 2. Okay. Once you know that, you know who you're selling to, you know how you're going to reach them. Now let's talk about research. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on research. Once you've determined your market, your marketing efforts will never take place in a vacuum, meaning there will always be other things competing for your prospects' attention and money. When you're running a Facebook ad, you're scrolling through the feed. Are you the only ad that's there? No. You see other people's ad. You're always competing with other people's like offers. Even if it's not an actual competitor, there are other things for your prospect to spend money on. True. Right? So even though, let's say you are selling supplement, a weight loss supplement. Well, you're not just competing with our supplement company. You're competing with exercise equipment. You're competing with an app that people could use to work out. Yes, you're competing with fast food too, right? You're not just competing with other supplements. You got to think of it that way, because your prospects most of the time only have so much money to spend, right? So they kind of have to pick and choose. Do I spend money with this, or do I spend money with this, or do I spend money with you? You got to figure out what they're doing, what the competitors, why they're doing it, and how well they're doing it. So to know your enemy, you must become your enemy. That's one of my favorite quote, one of the top quotes from The Art of War. To know your enemy, you must become your enemy. People buy stuff from my competitors all the time. They don't buy stuff from me, I buy stuff from them. I know the program very well. I know this stuff very well. I get retargeted, I watch, because I need to know. I need to know. How are you going to win? But I know my competitors, they're too arrogant to study my stuff. Because they think, oh, my stuff is better, right? I don't have an ego. I want to win. How can I win? Who's going to win? Someone who knows the competitors inside and out, or someone who knows nothing about the enemy? That's power. That's strict textbook Art of War. That's exactly strict textbook Art of War. I want to know the enemy so well, because then that's how I find the weaknesses. That's how I know. That's how I formulate a plan. So I love that, because I know myself very well. I know myself very well. I know my enemy very well. That's how I win battles. And Sifu does things on social media, sometimes on purpose, to confuse my enemy. People don't know this. The Art of War. Oh, I'm going to go left. I'm going to go east. No, actually, I'm attacking west. I'm going to attack this army. No, I'm attacking your supply line. Business is intellectual sport. So I love that. I love people think, oh, you know, Dan is a YouTuber. Yes, I'm a YouTuber, please. I'm just a YouTuber. I'm a sales trainer. Yes, I'm just a sales trainer. That's right. I'm just a sales trainer. That's perfect. That's exactly right how I want him to think. Perfect. That's why I don't talk a lot of stuff I don't talk about on the internet. I share a lot of stuff, but I actually don't share a lot of the you my student share that with you. That's a different story. Okay. I trust you. That's a different story, right? Like you're my kind of my inner circle. That's okay. The social media, I don't talk about that. You notice that? I don't talk about that stuff. Why would I give that information to my enemy? Right? I'll give them wrong information though. Yeah. I love to think, oh yeah, that's it. I've got a sales trainer. I've got a sales course. Yes, that's all I do. Awesome. Please underestimate me. I love that. Please underestimate me. It makes my battle so much. Because otherwise, if they overestimate me, it's going to be a struggle. It requires more effort to beat. Right? No different than YouTube. Yep. Don't know what I'm doing. Just stupid Asian guy holding a camera making video. And now I have more subscribers than all of them. But I don't know what I'm doing. Just, you know what? It's a fluke. Total fluke. I think it's just luck. Complete luck. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what happens. Yeah, I got no strategy. I can't even spell YouTube, you know? Yeah, don't know nothing. Perfect. Love it. Out of war. And I'm teaching you a lesson because this is out of war, right? This is out of copy. You got to think about these things, especially marketing on social media. You want to confuse your opponents. You think you're going left, you're going right. They think you're doing this, I'm doing that. They think that's what you do to generate revenue, actually I do something else. They think you're in this business, actually I'm in that business. What? They're just like, they don't get it. Good. If they get it, then you are screwed. Because they understand it, they can attack it. So I'm like, yeah, good. Who is offering a product or service like yours? What are the precious features of their offers? I'm talking about your competitor, okay? What's unique about doing business with them? What's unique about doing business with you? The territory in which they're selling to. Why do your prospects buy from you, buy from your competitors? And what are your competitors doing right? What are they doing wrong? Right? So these are good questions. So how do you do research? Now, I won't spend a lot of time. Take a screenshot of this. These are all the tools you could use. That's how you do research. That's how you kick their ass. That's how you win that battle. They won't even know what hit them. Look at Amazon reviews. Look at it. What are people saying good about that niche? Look at a negative review. What are the people complaining about? There's a hook. Similar web, you know, traffic sources for the competitors. Where's the traffic coming from? When you find out where the traffic coming from, can we not advertise on those channels? BuzzSumo, competitors, keywords, and content. What keywords and content is popular? What goes viral? Let's reverse engineer. Follow.net, right? Alexia, which is owned by Amazon. Web analytics. SEM Rush. You find out your competitors pay-per-click. What are they doing? Right? And I can go on, like, take a screenshot of this. I won't go into all this, like Offer Vault and SpyFu, Reddit, find out what people are complaining, their Facebook group, go in and spy. By the way, I'm in my competitor's Facebook group. I spy on them. I don't say a word. See if it's not stupid. I buy this stuff. I go to their thing. I spend money with them. It's cheap. It is so cheap for market research. But they are too proud to spend money with me. Good. Don't spend money with me, please. Right? And some of these tools are free. Some are paid. You don't need to use them all. Okay? It's just for a reference. Depends on how much market research you want to do. And for those, if you want to start your own business, see, this is what Steve was talking about. Having the high income skill, knowing some of these things. How many people start a business with no fucking clue? Who are the competitors? What are they doing? Who is their market? What is the strategy? How are you going to reach to them? What is the big idea? Nothing. And they wonder why 95% of small businesses fail. Right? If I was to sit down with a business owner, I can just go through that questionnaire. They would not be able to answer most of those questions. They're not prepared. They're like, oh, I got a good idea. I've got this widget. I've got this cool thing. So fucking what? So what? Who are your competitors? What are they doing? How are they doing it? What's their business model? What's their funnel? Are you on the email list? How are they selling it? How long they've been selling it? How many customers they have? What's your unique advantage, right? What can you bring to the table that's different? How you plan to get those market share? You better answer these damn questions, right? This is why business is intellectual sport. You got to be smart. You got to be smart. And a lot of these things comes from experience. I know these things because of experience. Does it make sense? Yeah. Yeah. How are we doing here? Oh, okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Probably, so we're 4 hours, 30 minutes. Probably we can wrap this up 30 minutes or so. I think we're doing good. How are you doing there? You hang in there? You good? Energy is good? Give me some energy. Okay, overwhelmed? A little bit? Having fun though, right? I'm having fun. You having fun? So these are very powerful tools, and that's the great thing about the internet. How you can do research so quickly about different things, right? And that actually makes the strategy more critical, because the strategy is harder to knock off. It gives you that competitive edge. And I'm going off the tangent a bit beyond copy, because anybody can do a sales course. I have so many students. Students, learn from me. Try to copy what I do. To try to set up a course, do this and do that. Do the own 8-week thing. And I just laugh. I'm like, it's just like it's like, oh, I use Kajabi. Oh, I actually use Kajabi. It's not the Kajabi. It's like Michael Jordan, right? Oh yeah, Michael Jordan uses certain basketball. I use that basketball. It's like, who cares about that? That's not what makes him Michael Jordan, right? Oh, it's the Nike shoes. It's the Air Jordan. I wear that, and I can slam dunk like Jordan. But that's exactly how they think, right? That's exactly how they think. But what they cannot duplicate me. That's the strategy, right? They look at even as it's HTC, like our global community, right? Now with like students in 151 countries, and I drew literally. I don't know if Desmond saw it. I'm not so sure, but I drew it in front of a few people. I drew HTC on a napkin. I crafted HTC on a napkin. One page. That was it. Yeah. I wish I still had that napkin, but I threw it away. I really so wish I would frame that, but no, I drew it on a napkin. Yeah.
Steve, I don't remember seeing it with my eyes, but I remember the dinner we were at. Andre was definitely there.
Yeah,
Andre
Andre saw that. Andre saw that. I know he drew it. He saw me drew that in front of him. Yeah,
I think it was even at a bubble tea. It was after the
something
dinner.
like that. It was a drink, something like that. It was just I just here's a plan. I drew a napkin. There you go. This is what we're gonna do. It's they don't understand. It's the Sifu's execution and skill, right, and intelligence that turned that idea into a global company. It's not the napkin. Now they're thinking, oh, what napkin did you use? What pen did you draw it in? Like, they're thinking about shit that doesn't matter. It's not what it is. And it's like a finger, I can create 1 HTC, I can create 10 HTC. It's not the thing, it's the thing that sells the thing, it's the thing that creates the thing. It's the person. It's not the thing. It really isn't. And that's what you want to learn. Like if you want to learn from me, learn that. Don't learn the tricks and gimmicks. Learn that from me. And you will never, ever have to worry. Like money will never be an issue again. And at the end of the day, marketing is simply a combination of math and psychology. Psychology to sell, math to tweak. Psychology to sell, math, looking at numbers, looking at conversion, looking at the average card value, all those things. And number 4, the last step, make a list of all the problems your customers, your best customers, prospect buyers face on a day-to-day basis. Can you see everything we're talking about? I'm saying in a different way, but what Sifu is actually saying is you got to understand the marketplace. You have to have empathy. That's the one thing that copywriting and closing has in common is you got to have empathy. You got to understand what they're going through. Part of it, what makes HIC or any program that Sifu teaches, what makes it effective is because I know what you need. I know what you need before you even know what you need. The reason for that is you have to care so much that you think on your customer's behalf. I think on your behalf. I think about, oh, you're gonna need this. I think you will struggle with this. I think this tool would help you. I think that I'm thinking so many steps ahead before you even have the problem. So you notice I would teach something, right? I know that, and I would say, hey, here's something that could help you. I'll teach something. Here's something that could help you. I know you struggle with lower self, scratch a CD. Let's create a creed. Let's create a mini creed. Let's break the pattern. Let's scratch that CD. So I don't just teach you. I'm thinking about, you still have the problem. How could I help you solve that? Right? How could I teach, not just teach, how can I help you solve that? Right? I notice my students have certain mental barriers. The lower self is stopping them. I need to break it down and teach it to you and bring awareness so that you know that's holding you back. So it's the same way. So when you're writing copy, you have to think for them. You cannot. So when you're writing in a very complicated way, are you thinking for them? Are you making it easy for them? Or are you making it hard for them? Right? Sunny, does this help with all these tools? On the research part, these are the websites you could go to. These are the questions that you could ask. Yeah. Write down all the objections your prospects might have. This is probably, when you're writing copy, I almost want you to do this first. So basically, think about this. Got a market, who you're selling to, you got the strategy, how you're going to reach to them, reach to the audience, and then your offer, making the offer. Now, before you write the copy, think of every reason why they won't buy. Then you write a copy to handle those objections. Through storytelling, through social proof, all the strategy I'm teaching you. Because assuming they don't want to buy, now how you handle that? How can you craft your message to handle that? So example, let's take out of copy. Maybe that's the easiest because that's top of my mind. For something like this, I know when we market the event, people will have objections. Oh, I don't have time. It's 2 days of my time. Is that an objection? Let's say if you're writing copy for Sifu, I hire you, say, okay, I want you to write a hard copy for out of copy to sell it. Okay. I hire you. You'll write, okay, people will have the time objection, right? I don't have time. I can't take 2 days off. I can't do that. Okay. Okay. So what do we do? Okay. If you can't make the event, you can get a recording. Great. Handles that. Right. What about money? It seems like, oh, it costs money, right? Okay. So how do you build up the value? So if you're writing the copy, how would you build up the value? What do you do? Let's see if I get the answer. Not the payment plan. Bonuses is good. Not installment because it's a few $100, not bonuses. No, there's one way that you can do it. Value comparison. Yes. How? Compared to what? Compared to my time. That's right. Adam got it. Compared to my time. 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours. That's 12 hours of the time compared to 497. That's a very easy comparison, right? How do you create urgency? Well, how can I mean, I can't make this one. How about I sign up for the next one? Yeah, there's no next one. It's one time only. You see how this works? As you craft it out, right? As you craft it out, all the objections why they won't buy, I'm just using as a virtual event as an example, right? Oh, would a virtual event not be as good as a live event? What if they're thinking like that? Yes, James, correct. Comfort of your own home. You don't have to travel, right? You can participate. You don't need to get on the plane. It saves you money, right? You don't need to book a hotel. So the inconvenience of that. So you compare it to live event versus not live event, right? So that's, see, you think about all those objections. We could go on, like if this exercise, we could go on and on and on and on and on, right? Now you turn all those things, you know what's stopping them, then you go into, you just handle those objections. Then at the end, can you see you've got a pretty compelling pitch? Are you seeing the formula here? You got a pretty compelling pitch, and that's how you get to be better than most. Just thinking through this process. Do the market, do the offer right, put in front of the right people, think of all the reasons why they won't buy, then you start writing. You've already won. You've done more than 90% of the people out there. Just this process I've given you. Your copy would be better than most already, even though I've not taught you how to write a single word. I hate to say it, but that's why Sifu is good. I turned you into a copywriter without teaching how to write a single word yet, which I'll teach you. But look, I have not taught you how to write a single word. And yet, right now, you go craft something. You will see your writing would be better than most because they don't get these pieces that I'm giving you. These pieces, this is what's valuable. Everybody wants to jump into the tactic, this headline and bullet. I'm like, no, that's the easy stuff. That is the easiest. This is the stuff you need to get. The thinking process. That's what makes you truly good. That's how you become truly good. Secret number 7, money follows mastery. This is the last secret, then we're going to assignments. So as you're learning something, this is the learning curve most people experience, and you will experience the same thing. In the beginning, it is slower. Think about think back in life when you learn a skill set. Isn't this what you go through? You learn something, you don't know how to do something, it's kind of slow, right? And suddenly when you get it, you are accelerating, you're improving very fast, and then you hit a plateau. It's a very, very normal learning curve. So a master is someone who is the absolute best at what they do. And you may or may not have the desire to be a master copywriter. Maybe your goal is just to be a decent enough copywriter that generates pretty good income, right? Maybe you have no desire, and that's okay. Not everybody would be a master copywriter, right? It depends on your own personal desire, depends on your own journey, where you want to be, right? How high you want to go. Everybody has different goals. So they're constantly striving to become the very best, right? How to become the very best. I'm doing it because I'm just in competition with myself, right? I'm not doing it to just make a living. That doesn't interest me, right? I'm doing it because I want to see how good I could become. So that's just me, right? Michael Jordan is not competing with others; he's competing with himself, right? So I'm not. So in some way, I joke about it, where I'm studying like certain people, and they think I'm competing with them. I'm not competing with them. My role model is Jack Ma, is Alibaba. I'm not thinking about sales course. Believe me, right? It's like we're not thinking the same, and they think I am. Oh man, my sales method is better than yours. Who gives a shit? I'm trying to build the next Alibaba, right? I'm trying to build the next Uber. Like that's not what I'm competing. That's such a low, like that's fine. That's fine. That's like, oh yeah, no, you are the greatest sales trainers ever walk on this earth. Here's the title. Very good for you. I'm busy. You know what I mean? Right? So it's fine. Like if that makes them happy, good. Right? That's fine. I don't really care about that. It's not the game I'm playing. And that's why they will never understand. Rich people do what is hard. That's why their life is easy. Poor people do what is easy. That's why their life is hard. How many have heard of that before from Sifu? Yeah. This is a guiding principle. So when you feel like you are overwhelmed and you are kind of struggling to go through that learning curve, just remember this. And the reality is, mentee, we're all working hard on something. Even people are lazy. There's effort. There's effort. You're always putting effort into something. So it's a decision to choose something that matters. The major things, not the minor things. I think Tony Robbins said it best, right? Most people spend their lives major in minor things. It's very, very true. I want you to major the major things in life. The skill development, choosing the right career, developing the self-image. Then you can go all kinds of directions and build on it and stack on your skill. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter where you want to go. It goes with you. John Lennon said, I can sit down and write as a swimming pool. Writing a song, earning royalties. What did John do? John has developed a high income skill, which is songwriting. Anytime they felt like buying something, they just had to write a song. Isn't that financial confidence? You need to write something. So from now on, right, here's what I want you to do. Now, close your eyes for a second. Close your eyes. If you're driving, don't close your eyes. But for you, okay, if you're not driving, I want you to close your eyes for a second. I want you to picture 2 or 3 things that you want to buy, you want to own, okay? Just picture that very vividly. 2 or 3 things. It could be helping family, it could be vacation, it could be a house, it could be a car, it could be a watch, it could be something you want to buy, okay? Open your eyes. How many of you had some or few things? Put in chat, few things in your mind that you're like, yeah, that's what I want to buy first. Good. Okay, now, so you're looking at those things. Now, got to be honest with Sifu. Got to be honest. Otherwise, this exercise doesn't work. Although you feel like you deserve those things, but it does feel like a little bit far. It does feel like, oh, okay, I want those things, but with my current income, how am I going to get there? You have a little bit that feeling, right? Like with my current income, I can't, it's like I want to, see if I want to, and I'm confident I could, but it's just a little bit, it feels a little bit of gap. So from now on, here's how I want you to think about those goals, okay? It's very critical. You wake up in the morning, you need a certain amount of money. All you need to do is to write for clients or for yourself. So don't think about how much the thing cost. Break it down into how many clients, how much copy to pay for that. With financial confidence, you can create income at will. So from now on, anything you want, I don't want you to think about. I don't want you to think about, I can't afford it, with your limiting belief that you have, or your current capability even. Because a typical 95-person owner, restaurant, pet shop owner, without cooperating skill, they have no such ability. So let's say you want to buy a car. Okay, I'm going to take that example. And whatever car it is, how much does it cost on a monthly basis? Give me a number. Just any number. $700. Okay, I'm going to take it without Thomas. I'm going to take 1,000. Okay, $1,000 a month. Pretty nice car. Wouldn't you agree? $1,000, pretty good, nice car. So instead of thinking, oh man, my job's paying me $3K, I can never afford a K. No, don't think that way. I need one client that I charge $100 per email. I'm going to sign a retainer of 10 emails per month. I buy my fucking car. I need one client, 10 emails. That's it. That's how you need to think from now on as a high income copywriter. So you're 10 emails away from your car. You're not $1,000 away. No, you're 10 emails away. That's it. Can you see that's much more doable? Versus, oh, I'm going to get, no, 10 emails. Can you write 10 emails? Yeah, write 10 emails. Done. You get your car. Right? How long it takes you to write that 10 emails? A day. Okay, you're 1 day away from it. That's how you need to think. That's this thinking Sifu wants to pass on to you. It's no big fucking deal. You've been taught since childhood to have limitations, to come from scarcity, to come from lack. You've been operating that way. Most people, not your fault, most people operate that way. Versus, okay, I need this, I need this. For those who like, oh, I don't have the skill. Well, what skill you need to develop? Go get that fucking skill. That's how I think. Like, I don't think of, oh, it's not for me, I can't do. No, what do I need? I just go get it. I go learn it. I get mentors. Teach me. How do I do this? You see how it's much more doable? So 10 emails. You want to buy the house? Okay. How much down payment you need? How much monthly mortgage payment you need? Okay, you need this, and oh, I need 3 clients to pay for the house. Good. You need 3 clients. So what's next? You see how we put limitations on ourselves? Self-imposed limitations. Anything you buy, like your parents, like they teach us to think in lack. Oh, I can't afford it. This and that. See, when I had no money, I don't think like that. I don't think about, oh yeah, I don't have that money to spend on that. No, how much is this going to make me? That's all I could focus on. Poor people ask, how much this cost? Right? Middle class ask, how do I get into debt to buy this thing? No, how is it going to make me money? It's very simple. That's why I can spend $25K with a coach for 3 hours of his time. You will not write that check. I would. Because that coach could save me or make me millions. But you might say, oh, Sifu, because you have money. No, it's because I operate that way. That's why I have money. The reason you don't have money is because you don't think that way. That's what it is. You don't get the money first, then you operate that way. No, you operate. It's like, oh yeah, I'll exercise after I'm thin. What? But that's what you're saying to me. I'll exercise after I'm thin. I will invest after I make money. After I have more. No, life doesn't work that way. Can you see? It doesn't work that way. You invest and you keep investing and you keep investing. And I keep investing. I saw the comment, something about the instant scripts, I think earlier, right? I know you're joking. Oh, see, there's a, do we get a 7-week free trial? It's $1 a day. You really need a trial? You cannot make a software and get enough clients to pay for $1 a day. We've got a bigger problem. We've got a way bigger problem. It should be like a joke. It should be like, Sifu is a joke. Why are you charging so little? right? Like, don't think it's not about use it, you don't use it, doesn't matter. But Sifu wants to teach the thinking of this. You need to get the thinking. Don't think about, oh, I can't afford, how is it going to make me money? If Sifu is saying, I'm strongly saying, okay, I'm doing a 2-day workshop. If you learn anything from me in the last few weeks, 2-day workshop, you're going to learn a lot. I'm doing it one time. If you have any hesitation, we got work to do on your mindset. Unless you don't, how many of you trust me? Unless you don't trust me, then forget it. Then I'm wasting my breath. And I say it's powerful. And I'm doing it one time. And I see, doesn't always even over deliver or no? Yes or no? So it's death, but you think, oh, 497 this, oh, how's it different from HIC? You're asking all it's asking all the wrong question. And it's not about the workshop. I don't care if you're at the workshop. I care about this thinking holds you back in life. Because you've missed too many opportunities. How you do anything is how you do everything. You think, oh, this or maybe, oh, you're going to be the same when you're facing client. You're going to be the same when you're dealing with the business owner. You're going to be the same with everything that you do. Everything that you do. You got to act. You got to overcome this like survival brain. This survival brain is always holding you back. It's always trying to scare you, right? It's always trying to, no, you can't do it. What about this? It's teaching you always focus on survival. You cannot focus on abundance when your mind is fixated on survival. That's why my friend, when I was broke, 150K in debt, they asked me, why you keep buying courses? You're 150K in debt. Why are you spending that few $100 going to this workshop and this and that? You got no money, dude. You broke. And I said, what difference does it make? I'm already broke. I'm 150K in debt. Like $500 adding to 150K in debt. What difference does it make? I'm still broke, right? It's exactly like this. Big Dan taught me this, right? When you owe the bank $1 million, you're in trouble. When you owe the bank $100 million, the bank is in trouble. You gotta borrow money, borrow big bucks. It's a different way of thinking. It is a different way of thinking. You see, and we're talking about fucking, $30, a few $100. Are we really talking about this? HIC? And you want to make 10,000 a month. Your comfort needs to be at 10K a month. So expand that comfort. And I'm not saying to spend money you don't have. I'm not saying, waste money. Sifu would never ask you to do that. What I'm asking is to expand your comfort. You need to be comfortable betting on yourself. You need to be comfortable betting on yourself. I would always bet on myself because I know I could perform. I know what I can do. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm not talking about copy. I'm talking about life. But I am talking about copy. Right? And especially I want to acknowledge, especially when you are, you're tight with cash flow and you still invest in yourself and you are here, you're doing the right thing. Because in my mind, if like HIC think about if 3K makes a difference, if you're an adult, you don't have 3K in the fucking bank, don't we have a bigger problem? Is that how we want to live for the rest of our lives? We don't have 3 fucking measly K in the bank. Right? And how are we going to change it if it's not upgrading our skill? Going back to school for 4 years? How are we going to change this? How are we going to change the history for your family? Got to get the skill. There's no other way. If there's another way, let me know, because I didn't know it. I don't know there's any other way. And financial confidence equals income at will. When you have the ability to generate income at will, then your high income skill gives you true confidence and power, security, and peace of mind. My peace of mind and security doesn't come from money. It's not from my Bentley. It's not from the penthouse. It's not from none of this shit. No, it's none of these things. Give me a phone. Give me a computer. I could make money. I don't need money to make money. That's skill. That's peace. That's my peace of mind. I can be here. I can be in Vancouver. I can be in US. I can be in Hong Kong. It doesn't matter. I can be anywhere. I want you to have that. Are you listening? I want you to have that peace of mind. The ability to generate income at will. So money is no longer an issue. Money is not an issue, not because how much you have in the bank, because you know what you could do. It makes you superior. Not say, you're better than other people. It makes you superior because in attitude, in attitude and in reality, because most people can't do that. They're stuck. They're like hopeless. And yet you could go different industry. You can help different business owners. You can add value. You're growing. You're learning. You can start a business. You can launch a business. You can partner in a business. You can invest in a business. You can help a business. And it's overwhelming now. It's not as hard as you think. It really isn't. You just haven't paid attention to it. We're committed, very committed, doing everything within our power to fully develop our skills. The only thing I'm asking is don't half-ass this. Please don't half-ass this. Treat it, this is your last resort. Don't tell me, oh yeah, I'm gonna try this thing. No. All in. All in meaning I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna develop this, like kind of like get rich or die trying kind of mentality. I know it might be slow. Maybe I don't fully understand this. Maybe I can't write copy like so and so yet. It's okay. It's okay. But it's like, I'm gonna fucking get this. Right? I'm gonna figure this shit out. That's it. Say it with me. I'm gonna figure this shit out. No matter what. I'm gonna figure this shit out. All in. Is it okay if you're a little bit slower? It takes you a bit longer compared to your brother and sister. Is it okay? That's okay. See if it's equally proud. I'm not comparing you to so-and-so students. I'm comparing you to the you yesterday. Are you growing? Are you learning? Are you progressing inch by inch? That's it. Sifu is not a fast student. I am slow. I made mistakes multiple times before, like, Don, why do I keep doing that stupid shit? Right? It's not that Sifu is so brilliant. It's just, it feels like Sifu is brilliant. It's just because I made so many mistakes. So it feels like, oh, Sifu is like so brilliant. No, because I fucked up so much time. I lost so much money. Right? It's not that if it's so brilliant, I wouldn't make all those stupid mistakes. I wish I'm so brilliant. I don't need to make those mistakes. Right? It's not. If you fail as much as I do, you will be pretty brilliant too. Right? But hopefully you don't have to do that. Let's not do that. Okay? Mistakes is costly. Right? Let's not lose 10 million to find out like that shit doesn't work, please. Right? Let's not do that. Right? So I have no problem. all in. All in meaning you figure shit out. You do whatever you could to master this skill in every way possible until it works. Just keep doing it until it works. You keep doing it until it works. You keep doing it until it works. And then suddenly one day you wake up, hey, I get this. I can write headline, I can get client, I can do this, I can write offer. You can figure it out. It's very mechanical. You do your 30 minutes a day. That's my challenge to you. Do 30 minutes and try not to improve. Read those books and try not to improve. So you're always investing your time into something. The question is, in what? What are you going to invest your time in the next 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years? In what? Right? You can invest in watching some TV, some poor TV, some Netflix. That's fine. Right? But where are you going to be? Are you learning some copywriting techniques, or are you committed to becoming the best high-income copywriter that you could be? Which one? I cannot give you that desire. That desire has to come from you. I can give you the skill. I can give you the system. But that desire has to come from you. Like I can reach my hand, but you got to extend your hand. I can't grab you. I can walk 3 steps forward to you. You got to walk 1 step at least. Right? The problem is, see if we can wait. I've got too many students I need to serve. I can't wait. Right? I can't slow down. I need to move. Right? You got to catch up. You got to catch up to my speed. Got to move forward. You got to come closer. You got to follow, like, come here. Let's go. Let's take action. So make a decision. Just make a decision. Make it a must. That's the only thing. Make it a must. Don't make it a half-ass. Don't make it a maybe. Don't make it a try. Make it a must. You're going to get this. I'm going to figure this shit out no matter what. You got it? Quick question. Sifu, what can you suggest for an environmental shift when you are the only one thinking? Everyone in my life is still stuck in the matrix. Yeah. Get rid of all those friends. Don't spend time with them. Literally, get rid of them. Don't move. Yes. Seriously, move. Go to a different city. Go to a different town. Move. You can't afford it. Oh, see if I can't afford to move. No, you can't afford not to move. You got to change your friends. I'm happy. I'm looking at the friends I have. I'm like, fuck. These are very different friends compared to a few years ago. And I thought I had successful friends. I mean, compared to now, the friends I have, these guys are fucking successful. Right? Makes me feel poor. Literally, it makes me feel poor. I love it. Challenges me to grow. Right? That's what I'm talking about. And you know how, like, my goal, why Seafood wants to build $1 billion company? Because now I'm hanging around with, like, billionaires. I'm like, yeah, I want to do it. Because they can do it, I can do it. So we hang around with millionaires, now talking to billionaires. So, assignment. Step 1, you know what to do. Read HIC Creed, affirmations. You can also write it out. How many of you are writing it out? Start the morning with the attitude of gratitude. How many of you are doing that? How many of you are feeling that? Middle of the day, millionaire mindset. If you go to bed, program your subconscious mind. This stuff, you need to do it so it feels like it's fucking boring. You got to do it like it's boring. It's a routine. You want it to be a routine. Because think about you brushing your teeth. Do you think about it? You shower, do you think about it? You just do and drive, you don't think about it. It's a routine. You want prosperity to be your routine. You don't want prosperity to be an excitement. That means it's not who you are. It's not part of you. That's why it's exciting. I see my mentees. They do it all now. They get used to it and they stop doing it. I'm like, they lose the excitement. I said, you don't want fucking excitement. You want this to be just part of who you are. Because if excitement, it's not who you are. It's like, ooh, I haven't smoked for 6 months. You're still a smoker. That's because you're thinking about, I haven't smoked in 6 months. That means tells me you're so proud I haven't smoked in 6 months. I'm saying you still have the identity of a smoker. You think the non-smokers think about it? The non-smokers are counting the days how many they have not smoked? Or is it just they don't think about it at all? It's a routine. They don't smoke. They don't go grab the cigarette. They don't make that trip, go to the store and buy the cigarette. It's a routine. They don't do it. So if this feels like a routine, it feels like, oh, especially those being with me more than a year, right? Oh, I get this. I used to do it. I don't need it. I love it. I get it. What are you getting? There's nothing to get. It's a routine. Some tough love from Seafood tonight, right? I'm renting tonight. There's nothing to get. You either are or you're not. And 10 videos a day. That immersion, that all the thinking, the strategy. Think about it. But now you can watch the video also with the copywriter in mind. How I'm using words, language, how I'm closing, call to action, get attention. So not just what I say, but how am I doing it? Not just what I say, how am I doing it? It's not the thing, it's the thing that sells the thing. Yes, Petty, recognizing the headline. That's exactly it. How am I writing copy in my video when I'm talking? 3 videos I want you to watch. Part 1, part 2, part 3. Okay. How to sell millions without ever opening your mouth. 1, 2, and 3. If you have not watched those, put that on your list. Nicholas is asking, would you recommend moving to podcasts? Yes, I will. We have hundreds of podcasts. In fact, we've just finished developing the app. I believe it's an iPhone, Android. We're still working on it. But on iPhone, you type in Dan Lok Show. There's actually an app you can download for the Dan Lok Show. Makes it more convenient. You could do that. Yeah. Step 3, if you have not read the book, I recommend. It's a book that Steve wrote many, many years ago called Influence. 47, not 27. I wrote a book first with 27. Then later on, I added 20 more. So we have 47 forbidden psychological tactics you can use to motivate and influence and persuade your prospects. Okay? So you can read the book. It's like $7 on Kindle. And goes more a little bit more in depth beyond than what Steve was talking about just tonight, right? And after you read Influence, here's what I want you to do. I want you to dissect. What do you want to do? Dissect 3 landing pages. Could be a sales funnel, could be a webinar funnel, could be opt-in funnel. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what niche. Could be from anybody. What psychological tactics did the copywriter use and how? But just don't tell me just, oh, that landing page, that copywriter is using exclusivity. How? How is he using it? Okay, how is he using it? How are they handling different objections? Are they using social proof? Now, why this exercise is powerful? Tell Sifu. Why is this powerful? What is it training you to do? That's right. It's training you to understand strategy. It's training you on how to think before you write a word. Clear thinking leads to clear writing. So learn those 47 psychological triggers, tactics, and then you look at things with that lens, right? With that lens. And one of the gifts I'm going to give you is Sifu's sales letter checklist. So I have the question in it I use before I write copy. I have another checklist that I use after I've written copy. Okay, this is all the work that I did in the past, and all these assets I've created. I'm giving it to you, and they are very valuable assets that you can use in your career, right? So you're getting that as a bonus as well. So the checklist, now you could use this checklist multiple ways. One, you can use early in your work when you're working on a new pitch to get an idea. Use that as an idea kind of starting device. What kind of device? Idea starting device, right? Each question can trigger an idea, right? Including the pitch, how you could formulate a big idea. It'll help you. It'll help you. It's not going to help you create that big idea overnight, but it'll get you thinking in that direction. The second way you can use it is as a final review. You finish the ad, you finish the sales message, you finish the email, then you run it through this checklist. Now, if it's a short email, you're not going to check all the mark. It's too long. But you will see if you're missing any elements that you might want to include, right? You might be, I think I'm missing call to action, or I'm missing certain part. So use that as a checklist, but you can use it in pieces, in parts. You with me? You follow? You can use it in parts. But for longer sales page, then yes, you can use the whole checklist for sure. You see, once you see the checklist, you see what Sifu means. Sifu, can you recommend some good books on marketing, persuasion, and business? Yes, influence. I just mentioned it. Now, this assignment, pay attention, the most critical assignment for this week. Use instant scripts. I want you to craft 5. How many? 5 organic social posts to sell for 5 business owners. So 1 each. So you look at any business owner that you see, that you've done your research, you've done like kind of in module 3 I talked about. Could be any product, any service, any niche, doesn't matter. You're going to write 5 social, organic, not ad, organic post. Something that they could post on the Facebook, in the Facebook group, or something they could post for the Facebook page. This is not an ad. I'll say it again. It's organic, okay? No limit to word count. Okay, if you want to have some fun, you can actually do it with instant scripts and without. Just see the time difference. And you must have a call to action to drive to his or her funnel. So you cannot just be a post. It has to be some kind of call to action. If you've done with your research, you would already know, right? You would already know what the funnel is, and you know what are they actually selling. Yes? Okay. And then I want you to time yourself, how long it takes you so you could keep track of your improvement. This is slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Take your time in the beginning is okay. Take your time. But time yourself so as time goes on, before it took me an hour to do it. Now it's only 45 minutes. Right? Okay. So any questions? This is very key. So it's 1 post per business owner, not 5 posts for 1 owner. So 5 different business owners, 5 posts in total. So 1 social organic post for 1 business owner could be five, but I want 5 different business owners, 5 different industries, 5 different hook, right? You got it? Okay. Yes, Facebook. It's a Facebook organic, either Facebook post or Facebook organic post page or group. So no, one, it's 5. Okay, I was confusing. I can see it's 1 post per business owner. So he's a fitness influencer. I'm writing 1 post for that person. He's someone in the investment age. I'm writing 1 post that this business owner could use to post for either organic. It's not paid. It's not a pay ad. There's something they can post on the Facebook page or within the Facebook group to sell whatever they're selling. Is that clear? Make sure you get this, because with 1 more step. Okay. And it cannot be Sifu. It cannot be me. It needs to be somebody else. There's a reason for it. You got it? No, I'm not going to give you an example. I purposely don't want to give you an example. There's a reason for it. Just do it first. Using what I teach you so far. 5 different industries, yes. You got it? No paid. It's not a pay ad. Organic only. So kind of like a little bit of content, a little bit of soft call to action. Okay. It's not an ad. It's something they could post on a Facebook page or within a Facebook group. Just a post. Yes. So you got it? If you guys say I got it, put in the chat. Okay. After you've done this, you're going to send it to them. You're going to email that post you wrote to those business owners. You do the homework, you convert them to client. You add value before you ask anything in return. Remember the assignment I gave you, you should have how many of you have a Calendly link right now? You should have one. You send it to them using the template I gave you, modify it, right? Here's something add value, here's something that you could use, boom, right? What Russ wrote, send it to them. They reply, here's a Calendly link, book a call, you get them on the phone, you close them on a gig. From now on, every single week, I'm going to give you different assignments. Every single week, you're going to use those assignments to get clients. We don't do assignment for the sake of doing it. So that's 5 opportunities here. If they say no, you don't hear from them, is that okay? Yes, because now you got 5 posts, you add to your portfolio, you can upload that on LinkedIn to use that to show future clients, here's what you've done. So if you get a no, you're building your portfolio to showcase to other clients. We're using each assignment to get clients. Next week, I'm going to teach you how to write Facebook ads. We're going to do the same thing. You're going to send it out to people. You're going to turn them into clients. You're going to teach how to write email. You're going to write those emails for different people, and you're going to send it to them, and you're going to turn them into clients. You get it? This is 100% execution, pure implementation. There's no theory. There's no, I'll wait. There's no, I'll feel like it. No. You're doing it. You write it, and I know it's going to suck. I don't care. Send out. And if it sucks, I want the business owner to tell you it sucks. Then you prove it. It's okay. Who cares? There are millions of them out there. Doesn't matter. I'm not expecting to be good. I would be shocked if it's good, actually. Right? I would be shocked. It should not be that good. It would be weird if it's good. Let the marketplace tell you what you need to do. I learned closing because I was on a call being abused by a business owner saying that I speak with an accent. I can't close worth a shit. My English is not good. He hung up on me. I said, fuck you. I said, I'm going to be so fucking good You're going to pay me to close. Good. Good. So get some those feedback. The world is harsh. Welcome to the real world. The world's not nice. Don't believe that. The world's not nice. The world doesn't want you to succeed. You gotta kick his ass. Yes, your family and friends, they're not supportive. Get over it. Move. Get some new friends. It's the way it is. And that's before you may have a lot of money. Wait till you have some money. Gets worse. Jealousy kicks in. Resentment kicks in. Haters kicked in. Trolls kicked in. Right? But you have a lot of money. And you have a great life. So you don't really care. Assignments at highincomecopywriters.com. If you want to submit a complete assignments. But mainly, you just need to do it and send it out. Send it out to the real business owner. Now, if you want to get aggressive, do 10. Don't do 5, do 10. I want to see a boom. Sonny, what price can we charge for Facebook ads if we close a client? Sonny, whatever you want. Whatever you could close. That's really the real answer. You can get someone paying you $50, it's 50. You get someone paying you 500, it's 500. Whatever you want. It's whatever you could comfortably close. That's actually, I know it's unconventional, but Sifu is unconventional. Right? And don't sell one, right? Don't sell one. Remember? Bundle, 5, 10, 15. Don't sell one. Laugh at them. Like, what is this? One? You need one ad? Come on, seriously. How many? 5, 50, or 100? Tell me, which one? Just ask 50 or 100. Oh, that's crazy. I'm not going to hire you for 50. The most I would pay is 20. Okay, well, okay, start with 20 then. Right? Just ask. Don't say, oh, do 2, do 3. No. Just have fun with this. Like, why are we so afraid? See, if it's teaching you not to be afraid. What are we afraid of? Who is that scary ghost? Ourselves. The lower self. Bitch slap the lower self. Just ask. That's the most retainer, a 1-year retainer. What? I'm not gonna hire you for one year. That's ridiculous. 6 months is the most. Okay, 6 months in. It's fine. Just ask. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Now, closing. You need closing skill. You gotta have fun with this thing, right? You gotta have fun when you're having conversations. Okay? Good. A 5-hour, 30-minute class. What's your one word biggest takeaway? Put in the chat. Give me a one word big takeaway. Research, action, I like that. Empathy, persuasion, wordsmith, priceless. Jump. Execute. Make it a must. Run, all in. Love that. Love that. Good. Okay, next week gets more intense. Next week, we build on what we have, right? Next week, we're going to talk about Facebook. We're going to talk about ads, pay ads, cold traffic. I'm bringing a special guest. We're going to co-instruct together. It's going to be pretty powerful. Okay, if you don't do your assignment, you'll be left behind. So make sure you do those assignments. Keep hand copying as well. Yes, very good. Very good. I know for some, you got to go to work. It's morning. For some, you can't sleep. I know that. It's spinning. Your head is spinning. Keep pushing. Don't compare. Compare with yourself. Compete only with yourself and nobody else. And remember, you write your own destiny.